X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face down. Let me show you how.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. It is so goddamn good to see all of you. A morning stream. An actual Xander Hall morning stream. I just got out of the shower. I just woke up a couple hours ago. I woke up with just the worst fucking migraine I've ever had, okay? Like, I woke up and my brain felt like it was being fried inside my skull. So I decided, today in particular, I'm breaking my rule about the 420 weed rule. Where I only smoke weed after 4:20 p.m. It's mostly done for tolerance management, because believe me, when you follow that rule, your tolerance, like, fizzles out to nothing. Every time you get high, you get high, and you save a shit ton of money on weed. So I highly recommend the no smoking weed till after 420 rule if you are a all-day weed smoker, or God forbid a wake and baker. I wake and bake today, but, you know, wake and baking's not good for you. It's not. I used to do it for a while. Oh my god, my camera's flickering. I forgot to change the settings. 1 second, chat. Just give me a moment. Oh yeah, let me turn down that exposure one little nodule. And then let me turn up that gain. Oh, let me turn down the gain a little, actually. Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, that's how it actually looks in here. Took a dab as soon as I woke up. Yeah, it's pretty much what I did too. And then I drank, like, 2 bottles of water because I woke up dehydrated as fuck for some reason. Every bell curve has its outliers. Indeed. Oh my god, it is so good to see you all. And I love morning streams. I really do. I fucking love morning streams. The act of streaming in the morning feels so much better. A large part of that is the fact that I can do this when it's a morning stream. Just open up the curtains and just, you know, turn into Xandalf the White for a moment. But, it's also just it's a very good vibe. But I hate having to go live in the morning, like scheduling the stream, prepping for it, and all that bullshit. I like spending like all the time until noon, basically like in my underwear, sitting in my chair watching YouTube and reading like the messages that came in overnight. And then I take a shower and I get dressed and I like get ready for stream. But I like morning streaming and I want to do it more. You're having hot wings right now. Hell yeah, Transgal. I hope you enjoy them. Hey, Xanderhall, today is my genocide studies class. I mean, I'm glad that exists, that there is a school of study about that, but that's kind of a, like, sorry guys, I gotta go study genocide at genocide class. You know, like, sorry, I can't go to the function today. I gotta go to genocide class. I'm sorry. Axo with cream, thank you for the message, though. Hey, Xander, today in my genocide studies class, I learned where the Young Turks got their name. Also, thank you for the stream. I was going crazy in class with all the sound. What is their name a reference to? Because, I mean, a lot of people who work at TYT are Turkish, so I just thought when they started they were young, you know? Like, I just thought they were a bunch of, like, young, somewhat progressive-leaning Turks that named themselves the Young Turks. The Armenian genocide, it has, well, that was what I was assuming it would have something to do with, because you were talking about genocide and, like, the Young Turks and Turkey, so what is the through line, though? Because Anna's Armenian? Oh, cool. What is the through line, though? Because I know that Turkey did a genocide on Armenian people, but what is the young aspect of that? Like, Lil Xanderhall, I thought the same thing with TYT. I mean, that's, I feel like, what you would immediately assume, unless you know the history behind that phrase. What is the history? I'm going to keep an eye out for Axo with Cream's messages in chat, because I'm actually genuinely curious. Oh, here's a Wikipedia. Young Turks was a political reform movement in the early 20th century that favored the replacement of the Ottoman Empire's absolute monarchy with a constitutional government. Based? They led a rebellion against the absolute rule of Sultan... okay, I've pronounced this name before. Abdülhamid II in 1908. Young Turk Revolution. Oh. So it was a revolution of the Ottoman Empire's monarchical control. With this revolution, the Young Turks helped to establish the second constitutional era in the same year, ushering in an era of multi-party democracy for the first time in the country's history. Man, things didn't stay very good for long, did they? Despite working with the young Ottomans to promulgate, hard word to pronounce, a constitution, Abdülhamid II had dissolved the parliament by 1878 and returned to an absolute regime, marked by extensive use of secret police to silence dissent and by massacres committed against minorities. Ah, yes. You know, that's just how it tends to go when there's a far-right genocidal maniac running your country. Constitutionalist opponents of his regime, most prominently Prince Sabahaddin and Ahmet Riza, among other intellectuals, came to be known as Young Turks. Oh, despite the name, Young Turks included many Arabs, Albanians, Jews, and initially Armenians and Greeks. To organize the opposition, forward-thinking medical student Ibrahim Timo, Abdullah Sevdit, and others formed a secret organization named the Committee of Ottoman Union, later Committee of Union and Progress, CUP. Well, that's a good acronym, CUP. Which grew in size and included exiles, civil servants, and army officers. Finally, in 1908, in the Young Turk Revolution, pro-Cup officers marched on Istanbul, forcing Abdülhamid to restore the constitution. An attempted counter-coup resulted in his deposition. Well, we learned today, chat. Look at that. You guys just got force-fed world history. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about the fact that you just tuned into a Xander Hall stream expecting drama and got forced to learn about world history? Amateurs. You absolutely fell for the oldest trick in the book. You clicked on a stream thinking the lefty streamer would be talking about something interesting like drama, but in reality, you got politics. Actually, if you think about it, that was some of the most original drama, you know? Like anti-monarchist revolutions, you know, that's pretty serious drama. Yeah, you just got tricked into learning, motherfucker. Anyway, oh, chat, I forgot to mention. I went to the range again the other day, and it's been the best range that we've gone to. Me, Vosh, Demon Mama, Vermin, Doe, and a few other friends, we went to the range, and we did some shooty McShooting. Only this time, we went to a new range, that's just a giant fucking quarry, you know? It's just a giant pit in the earth, and it's a lot of fun to shoot there. So I got to shoot the Mosin more, I got to shoot Vosh's Sig some more, I got to shoot his revolver some more. I didn't shoot the 1911 yesterday. I was busy shooting the other guns. I didn't have time to shoot the 1911, which is sad because the 1911 is one of my favorite handguns. But I just kind of forgot. We had 6 guns there that day. It was a lot to shoot. How tall is Vosh compared to you? We're at like roughly eye level. He's like 6'3" or 6'4", so he's a bit taller than me, but I mean, he's not towering over me or anything. I can look eye to eye with him and have a conversation without like looking up. Did you have a cowboy hat? To be fair, a lot of Vosh's height actually comes from like the top of his head. He doesn't have like a big forehead. That's not what I'm saying. He has like where his hair starts is taller. Like he's got a tall head where his hair is compared to mine. So like it's like our eyes are at level and our eyebrows are roughly at level, but it's like the top of his head is still like a bit above mine. You know? It could be the fact that he has his gay haircut right now. That's a little bit like it kind of poofs up a little bit. And that is what his haircut is right now. It's the gay haircut. All right, here's me shooting the Mosin. This is the last shot it had in it. Very nice. I love. It's a fun one. I've got a lot more other video that I took from shooting at the range. Obviously, I've got a picture here of me shooting the Sig. And this is actually mid-shot. You can see the shell is flying in the air. But the thing that I'm very happy that I noticed in this video, because I've been practicing at it, and it's kind of hard to tell whether or not you're doing it, is that my eyes are open. I'm mid-gunshot and my eyes are wide open. This is so memeable. Yeah, it is. But also, I can't tell if, like, I'm closing my eyes for even, like, a fraction of a second when shooting. Did a shell hit you? No. But, like, my eyes are wide open, which is a good thing to notice there, because I've been concerned about whether or not my eyes are closing when I'm shooting. Your stance is good, but funny? Well, I mean, everybody looks kind of funny while shooting, right? Because, like, they're holding a piece of metal and maybe polymer that's, like, containing an explosion inside of it. So you're just trying to, like, hold it in a way that's safe and not going to fuck you up. And here's a picture of me chambering another round in the Mosin. The Mosin is so satisfying to shoot. If you've never shot a Mosin before, you should definitely put it on your bucket list. It's just... it really is something. It really is just a nice feeling to shoot a Mosin. Feels good. And then I also have a video of Vosh. I got a bunch of video, and this isn't all going to be... like, all the video I got isn't going to be shown here because I didn't post it on Twitter. Cherry's actually working on editing together a shooting range video, which isn't like it's not the most organized, like well put together video we could have done, but I think it works as a good trial run for doing like vlog IRL videos. We didn't have a designated camera person, so it made like filming stuff hard, but I still think I got a fair amount of good footage.
Ray.
I think he's shooting the SIG here. He's shooting this like plinking target. We leaned up, and then he shoots it down. It falls over.
Going to see how loud the
He knocked over the target. We weren't able to like stake it into the ground because it's nothing but rocks in that quarry. So we basically just had to lean it up against someone else's target. And then after shooting it a couple times, it fell over. So, you know. It was a good target for a couple planks. But there were still other targets that other people had put up, and, you know, we were just shooting some of those, so it wasn't a big deal. They were all, like, metal plinking targets. And then, of course, Demon Mama with the AR-15, which was just, like, the AR-15 story. The saga of the AR-15 I've desperately wanted to shoot, okay? So, Demon Mama takes the AR-15 to the range the first time we go. But we can't shoot it because the only ammo we have for it is steel core. And gun people in chat know exactly what the issue was there. We go there. We go to the range again. DM forgot the right ammo. We go to the range again. We didn't have Demon Mama with us. We go to the range again. I don't think we had Demon Mama with us. We go to the range again. We have Demon Mama with us. She brings the AR-15. She brings the right ammo. But the gun starts fucking up. The gun starts having tech demons. And I actually mean tech demons, okay? I've been doing research on the manufacturing, construction, and maintenance of AR-15s to try to figure out what the fuck is wrong with this thing. And I can't figure it out, alright? So I have designated this to be unironic tech demons, okay? The issue with it is it has very unreliable feeding from the magazine into the chamber, okay? So you're gonna see in this video, Demon Mama's fucking around with the AR. She's like fucking, you know, the rounds in the chamber and everything. And she'll shake it out whenever it's like a fucked up round that just won't go. And then like 4 rounds will fire just fine, and then it jams again. And it won't go. But it's not a jam. Like, it's not a jam in the traditional sense, because whenever you look inside the chamber, there's not a round in there. So it's not jamming. It's not feeding. The magazines, and we tried several magazines, the magazines aren't feeding. Bad ammo? I don't think it's the ammo. It could be. Like, it could be the ammo, but we didn't have any issues with the other ammo. When streamers are normal people with normal lives? Oh, is somebody being weird in chat? Anyway, here's the video. So we're working on fixing the feeding issue with the AR-15 right now, and it shoots. But then whenever we put a mag in, it has a hard time feeding new rounds into the chamber. But I'm excited to shoot an AR-15 for the first time.
Yeah, we're having nothing but technical issues on this one.
Nothing but tech issues. Tech demons, but now they affect the guns. Oh god, I've gone from computer tech demons to gun tech demons. I like how the shells are bouncing off my hand, and I'm just standing there to record it. I had a, I had a hot casing fly out of somebody's AR. There were a lot of other people there shooting ARs. Like, you go to the range, and you very quickly realize, yes, AR-15s are like the most common rifle you're going to see. So a guy was shooting right behind me, and I was like kneeled on the ground loading a magazine. And a guy was shooting, and his magazine, or not his magazine, his empty casings were just like bouncing off my back. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I mean, I don't care. But then one bounced off the back of my neck and went down my shirt onto my back. Did it hurt? Yes. But in such a way that I genuinely think that if this is something you can't, like, handle, like, it was not so bad that I was like, oh! Like, I was just like, oh, yeah, I just got a hot casing down my back, so that's what that feels like? That doesn't hurt that bad. So I just shook it out my shirt, and I was like, really? People get that mad? Like it's that much of an issue for people, and that's what it feels like? Granted, casings from an AR round are not going to be that big, and so it wasn't exactly like a very large piece of brass. It was maybe, I mean, it wasn't much larger than this. Like the brass wasn't much larger than this. This is for a Mini 14. This might even be the same round. But yeah, something about this size just kind of went down the back, like, you know, straight out, fell down the back of my shirt. I was like, it's not that hot. Try Sock'em 485 or 458. It's concrete busting ammo. Like having it go down my shirt. Maybe that would hurt more. Maybe if you have like a full on, like Smith & Wesson 50 cal round go down your shirt, it's gonna give you a real bad burn. Oh, no problem, Axo with Cream. You probably would have liked that bit that, like, where I was reading that out, because that was, you know, relevant to what you're studying right now. But you can always go back and watch. Zan reacted to your trans-Nazi debate to promote it. Oh, Apillo knows. Apillo was live in chat. Yeah, Apillo was live in chat. If you guys haven't already gone to go sub and watch Apillo's content, you're missing out, because Apillo is an up-and-coming content creator in the sphere, okay? I don't think you guys realize, but Apillo is going to be part of the squad, all right? They're grinding, and they're putting in the work. Thought someone else might have covered me? Oh, yeah. I would love to see more lefty figures starting to give you, like, attention and, like, reacting to your content, which I think isn't too far off. You've got a few thousand subs now, and you're getting, like, you're getting off the ground, you know? Like, I think probably in a couple months, if you keep at the grind, you're probably going to have, like, lefty figures of large size commenting on what you're up to and what's going on with you. Zan, community spotlight segments. Oh, I've been doing these for a while. Have you not noticed? Like, if there's someone in my community who's like an up-and-coming content creator who aspires to make content, like, I've shouted out a lot of people in the community who've made content. Yeah, I remember when Salty Ace, who actually made my VR chat avatar, the dope-ass, like, Xanderhall themed Spartan armor that I use in VR chat when we do the VR chat, like, fan meetup, like, movie watching streams, like, watch party things we would do in VR chat. That avatar I had, the dope, like, Master Chief armor, like the Spartan armor, but it's Xanderhall, like, it's black and white, and it's got my logo on it. It was custom made, and that was made by Salty Ace, who also made content, and I shouted them out. We just had a few people in the community that have started making content, and I like shouting them out. I like seeing my content play a part in sort of, like, inspiring other people to get into it. Xanderhall is good for the community of white people, Jay. I don't know what that was supposed to mean, but okay. Anyway, the debate was fun as fuck, not ceding any ground when they pivoted or tried to go with everyone knows arguments. Great job. Yeah, Apillo is a very good debater. Chat, we have a fuck ton of donos and a fuck ton of viewers right now, and I just want to say thank you all to the beautiful people in chat who have been dropping the likes, who have been sitting here watching the stream. Even if you're not talking in chat, I really do appreciate the support. Just dropping likes, commenting, saying nice stuff. Hell, if you go as far as to donate, that I really do appreciate it, but you don't have to. You don't even have to donate. You can just drop a like for completely free, and it actually kind of, like, twists YouTube's arm into actually pushing my content to more people, which I think is the most Giga Chad praxis move a lefty content consumer could make. You know, dropping a like on their favorite streamer's content, so the massive corporation has to push the lefty content to more people. You know, I'd say it's pretty based if you ask me. Anyway, yeah. Did you see Vosh had a conversation with Mudahar? Yeah, Mudahar is based. It's actually really cool. Let me tell you guys, like, the arc that I've had with Muda. So obviously Muda's big YouTuber. His deep web videos, his dark web videos are fucking awesome. They get a lot of views. He's also done a fair amount of content, like exposing scammers and stuff like that, and just a lot of, like, deep internet lore stuff. And he does commentary as well. He basically is like a variety content creator. Like, people watch Muda for him, like, they like him, and he could probably talk about just about anything, and people are going to enjoy it. He's a figure of renown, not like a known figure who does a thing, and if he doesn't do that thing, then he would be a nobody. Like, people like Muda. He is a personality that people gravitate to in the same way they gravitate towards, like, Critical, for example, right? And my start, like, I'd obviously always liked his content, but one day I ended up stumbling across a video he'd made about Pepe the Frog being designated a hate symbol by the Anti-Defamation League. Now, I love Muda, and he's a smart guy, he's a well-researched guy, he makes great videos, okay? But in that particular video, it was very clear that he had not read the Anti-Defamation League article about Pepe the Frog. And I made a video pointing that out. And because I know Muda's not a reactionary, a dishonest actor, or like, bad or anything, and also I'll admit my biases were, you know, like, I had biases in favor, like, to make my opinion charitable on him. But I did make a video criticizing him. I pointed out, well, he basically made the argument that ADL, or the ADL, and the people who were saying Pepe was a hate symbol, quote-unquote, were just smearing the symbol of Pepe as a whole as something that only Nazis like, and only Nazis post, and only Nazis identify with. And I replied pretty simply by just reading the Anti-Defamation League, like, entry about Pepe, where they blatantly say, the vast majority of usages of Pepe the Frog are non-racist in nature, and that it is important to consider the context and nature of the use of the meme, you know, in context when determining whether or not that instance specifically is being used as a hate symbol. And then I posted that video. Muda watched it and was like, oh, shit. Oh, you're right. I did mess up there. And he had a very cordial and nice response to me in DMs on Twitter, followed me. And we've been pretty chill ever since. And he even sometimes shows up in my live chat. Like, Muda has shown up in live chat a few times and even donated while I'm live streaming. So I think he's pretty based. And recently had a combo with Walsh that kind of cements the fact that he's based. And yeah, I thought that was pretty awesome. That was a fun combo to watch. I was in my WoW Classic Guild Discord, and we had that live stream while it was live, hosted, like on a watch together in the VC, and we were all in there watching the live stream and grinding WoW when that was happening, so it was a fun time. By the way, for those of you guys who have been, like, hesitant on joining my World of Warcraft Classic guild, you should know most of the stuff we do in that, like, guild in WoW is, like, sit in VC, watching YouTube videos and chatting, and grinding out WoW and getting stoned. It's a really fun time. It's a lot of fun. Also, Keffels has joined. She's got an orc shaman who's now level 10 last I checked. She had to go on, like, a trip, so she was gone for a couple days from WoW, but yeah. We got Keffels in the guild. And on top of that, okay. This was insane, alright? Keffels went into Orgrimmar for the first time on her character, and her name in game is Keffels. So she was quickly recognized by the transphobic boomers that play WoW Classic, and started getting transphobic hate. But then a bunch of my guildies went over and started screaming trans rights next to her in town, and got, like, a conga line of people yelling trans rights, which kind of scared them off. We also reported them to Blizzard, so they're probably going to get banned for misgendering and being blatantly transphobic in the game chat. So yeah, that's a good time. It's been a fun time. Anyway, here, I'll play the rest of the video of us fucking around with the AR-15 trying to get it to work.
The guns. Oh god, I've gone from computer tech demons to gun tech demons.
You can I like how you can hear the casings bouncing off the phone that I'm recording with when she fires. Hold on, let me get rid of my camera here for a second so you can see them bouncing off the camera here. Look at that.
Oh god, I've gone from computer tech demons to gun tech demons. It just sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. It has a mind of its own.
Yeah, we got yeehaw problems. Some European in chat said something about American gun culture that made me cringe. What was it? The plink? Oh yeah, that was somebody else shooting, though. We weren't shooting at a plinking target there. We do want to get more I think we're gonna, like, one of us, maybe me, maybe I'll buy it. We're gonna get, like, one of those standing, like, on feet plinking targets, because you just can't stake anything into the ground at that range. So, yeah. We learned that lesson the hard way and we had to use other people's targets, which was suboptimal. Suboptimal shooting training. Zan, just in case I change my mind, what's the WoW server? I may think on it and play on the weekends. The server is Whitemane NA, or like North American Whitemane, and we're playing on Horde. And the guild's called Trance Rights. It's pretty awesome. If you want to join, go ahead and message Balthazar or Ellen Degenerate in my Discord server. Just direct message them on Discord saying, just introduce yourself, say whether or not you've played WoW and what experience you have if you have played WoW, and then just finish it off with why you want to join the guild. It can be as simple as, I like Zan, and I think it would be fun to play WoW with him. That is a good enough reason. It's basically just there needs to be some kind of application process, and we just figure a short paragraph of those three things would be a good application. I'm strongly considering copping a crossbow. In real life? Based. Jerking the trigger too much. Smooth pull is a smooth shot. True. Good cheek weld and arm position, however. Too many people keep their elbow out. Nice job. Wait, are you talking about Demon Mama or me? Because Demon Mama was the one that I just showed shooting. I don't know if you were judging my shooting of the Mosin. Yeah, Demon Mama. How's my Mosin shooting? Actually, this isn't a very good like video because it's so zoomed in. You can't really see me much, but yeah. That is really good form. Oh, I'm glad. I have the most experience shooting with rifles. And when I say rifles, I mean rifles like a Mosin, you know? Like, the first rifle I ever shot was an air rifle. Like a proper 22 air rifle for killing, like, small animals, like rats and mice and rabbits and shit. And I used it to exterminate dozens of rats. Like, before the rats were like, what I was shooting... my uncle gave me the air rifle and was like, here, go in the backyard and, like, practice with this. And so the backyard was maybe 50 feet long, maybe 40 feet long. I'm invisible. 40 feet long. And the air rifle had a very good scope on it. A very good scope on it, okay? Like, my uncle said that if I fuck up this scope, then he will actually fight me in the yard. Like, he said, no, you will take off your shirt, I will take off my shirt, we will put on boxing gloves, and we'll go out into the yard to fight, because that is how expensive this scope is. And I was like, okay, that is what he said to me to get across how fucking careful I needed to be with that scope. Anyway, me and my uncle rolled all the time. Like, we fought all the time. Like, we would like roll. We like all the time. We would bust out a mat and do jujitsu because my uncle did jujitsu, and then later on, like when I was 10 years old, I ended up doing jujitsu at the same gym, same coach as he had. And so you know, it was not unusual. Holy shit, Zan! I jumped 400 subs. Yes, that's some good shit right there. Thank you. No problem, Apillo. That's your hard work paying off right there. Listen, I may have featured your content, but at the end of the day, that was your content I featured. People saw that content and were like, I'm going to go seek it out so I can watch more. So that's your hard work. That's your achievement, Apillo. You're doing good work. But yeah, basically I practiced a shit ton in the backyard, like getting as accurate as I could at like 50 feet or something with the scope on the air rifle. And then my uncle had a rat problem in his house because, you know, having citrus trees in your yard and living in Florida tends to do that. And he didn't want to put out poison because he had a big dog that, you know, would just eat poison, you know? Like the dog could just potentially eat something like that, and that was just not something he wanted to happen. So the only realistic solution, also the dog would have absolutely licked like a mouse trap. So that would have led to bad things too. So it really led down to one only potential realistic solution. And that was for me to get some green and red light bulbs. Because for those of you guys that don't know, rats can't see in green or red light. Like if you have a green or red light, for rats it might as well be pitch black. Like literally pitch black. And so I screwed in some green and red light bulbs and lit up the room with that. And then I made myself a sniper nest with 2 dining room chairs and a blanket. It was the middle of the night because they're nocturnal. They come out at night. And so what I did was I was playing through Red Dead Redemption 2 on the PlayStation 4 in the living room. And then once it got quiet and late enough that I started to hear squeaking and skittering from my uncle's kitchen, I was like, it's time. I had the air rifle loaded right next to me while playing the game, and I would take it, and I would go and I'd get into my little sniper nest I made like in the dining room, which just had a clear room to the kitchen, clear view of the kitchen. Here's the thing. The rats were coming out of a hole they'd chewed in the drywall behind the hot water heater, which was in the kitchen, and they would climb the hot water heater and stand on top of it, and there was this little gap, maybe a 6-inch gap of counter, hot water heater, and space, and that's where the rats would come up. And my uncle had a rat problem, so I had to handle it. How old were you? 18. So I got in the little sniper nest that I made myself, and I just got myself literally the perfect like it was rested in the perfect way, no sway. I didn't have to worry about holding the gun in any way. I just had to pull the trigger. I just kind of just kind of propped it up, and I was basically just holding it like this and just looking down the scope where I set up some peanut butter on a plate for the rats to chew at, and I was just like waiting and listening, like one earbud in, listening to a YouTube video so I could hear when the rats started squeaking and when they start climbing up the hot water heater, because then I could be really ready. Not gonna lie, I thought you were more like 11 in this story. If I was like 11 or 12 years old when this happened, I feel like that would probably be like a negative mark on my development, maybe. But I was 18. I was living with my uncle for a few months. He had a rat problem, and it was like, what the hell are you gonna do? Xanderhall that's like really fucked up? How? I'm sorry. Do you just like, if you had rats living in your house, would you just be like allowing it to happen? They're a literal pest. They spread disease. Hey, here's something that'll make you feel a lot less bad for them. Okay? I felt really bad for every kill I had to do the first night. Okay? Every kill broke my heart the first night, all right? Here's the thing, though. When I went to check behind the hot water heater, there was one rat. Okay, because I was shooting them all in the head. There was one rat that I shot in the heart, and it had half a second to skitter down behind the hot water heater to get down to the hole. The little like hole they'd shoot out to get back into the walls. It didn't, thank God. It didn't, thank God. But it bled out and died where I couldn't get it for the night. I had to wait till morning to get it. Do you want to know what the other rats did to it? It was like a scene out of the fucking Walking Dead, how they left that rat that I shot. They cannibalized the fuck out of it. Like goddamn zombies, all right? After I saw what they did to their fallen comrade, I no longer felt bad. Like, come on. Even they don't even feel bad. Yeah, they use the cannibalize ability the Forsaken have in WoW. Not just rats do that? I'm sorry, but like, I felt a lot less bad after I saw what they did to their fallen comrade, you know? Like, they could have just left him there. Well, they are animals. Well, they're animals that were living in the place that I was living, and they were also cannibal. If they're willing to eat I'm sorry, they had to go, all right? They had to go. I dealt with the problem, and there hasn't been a single rat in his house since then. I exterminated those fuckers, okay? And if you need rat extermination services, pay me $100 for a night, and I will handle your problem too. They also eat their own babies? Jesus Christ. You see, fascists compare those they want to genocide to rats for a reason. You know that, right? Oh yeah, and by the way, this method, far better than poison. Poison ruins the environment. Like, I don't care about wild rats. The rats living outside the house have every right to be there. The rats living in the trees and the bushes and holes in the ground, they have every right to be there. I have no quarrel with them. I wouldn't shoot them. They're living in nature, living their best life. The ones inside the attic and the walls, though, have to fucking go. Okay? They have to fucking go. Poison not only would risk harm to the dog, but it would also guarantee harm to the rats in the environment. The rats that aren't living in my house would have been guaranteed to be affected by the poison. And that goes beyond the rats, by the way. What eats the rats? In my area, osprey. Back in Florida, in that area, was osprey, a bird of prey native to that area of Florida. Osprey eat the rats. Cats eat the rats. Lots of other animals would be eating the rats. And then the poison would go to them. And they'd get poisoned. There was a big problem in Florida with something called DEET, a pesticide that was sprayed in a lot of crops and a lot of gardens and other things like that, that ended up running off into the water, and then it got into the fish. The fish, it didn't really affect. Didn't have much of an effect on the fish. But guess who did eat the fish? Eagles. The osprey and other eagles and some bald eagles were eating the fish. And that resulted in not the eagles getting sick. The eagles didn't get sick from it. An even more crazy outcome happened. The result of the DDT, not DEET, sorry. The result of the DDT in the fish that the eagles were eating was it thinned the calcium shells of their eggs, making a shit ton of eagle and osprey clutches and other bird of prey clutches completely inviable, which fucked up their population significantly. So there's just a lot of reasons why pesticide isn't a good option. Traps weren't really the best option. So, just a good old .22 air rifle and some red and green lights, and some grit and a podcast is all that was needed. What you're talking about is that toxins concentrate as they move further up the food chain. Small amounts at the bottom end up at high amounts in predators. This is very true of mercury. You're completely right. This is very true of mercury. How many of you in chat have heard of the idea of mercury poisoning? Mercury is a heavy metal that is in the water. It's in the water, particularly fresh water, from my understanding. Or is it salt water? I think it's salt water has more mercury. I don't know. Just in the water a lot, right? And here's the issue. A lot of small fish eat a little bit of mercury. Right? They eat a little bit of mercury. And it's fine, because there's not a lot of mercury in them. And it's a heavy metal that, stays in them, right? It doesn't go anywhere. So it just kind of builds up in them. It's like toxin that just builds up over time. So small fish, they eat a little bit of mercury. It's not a big deal, because it's just such a small amount, they're such small fish. But a larger fish eats those fish, and they build up a bit more mercury. But they're still pretty small, not a big deal. But bigger fish, and bigger fish, and bigger fish continue eating smaller fish that eat smaller fish that eat stuff with mercury, and you start to realize the pattern here, right? When you get to a big predatory fish like tuna, for example, they've accumulated a lot of fucking mercury from all the fish they've eaten, which have also eaten fish, which have also eaten fish, which have also eaten fish that have eaten mercury. So tuna in particular have a very, very high mercury content, which is why it is advisable not to eat too much tuna in particular. Large predatory fish of the ocean. I know that Marlin. Marlin are a big mercury fish. They're very predatory fish. They're big as fuck. They live a long time. You can eat it, but if you eat too much, you might get mercury poisoning. So yeah, it's just things like that are very much worth considering. I completely stopped eating tuna and swordfish for this reason. Exactly. This also goes for the microplastics. Well, the microplastics are like a well-known meme at this point, but I feel like less people know about mercury poisoning. But as a Floridian, mercury poisoning is something that you just kind of know about. Like, if Alabama and it has like the gout as like the most common food-related like condition you can get from like the general diet you'll find as like the common like diet of the state, because there's just so much barbecue and meat getting eaten in the South. Florida has a higher like fish eating like tendency, so you're going to see a fair amount of people who know about mercury poisoning. There's just so many fucking like fishermen and whatnot, you know, and seafoods is such a big market in Florida. Barbecue is too, but nowhere near to the extent as like the landlocked South tends to be. Although Alabama's like mostly landlocked, it's got like a little. Alabama has like a little nut sack touching the ocean, like a little nut sack touching the Gulf. Am I aware of Minamata disease? I honestly don't want to know. I feel like I don't need to unlock a new fear today. Can I not unlock a new fear today? How about I unlock a new fear in all of you first? How many of you know what scurvy actually is? When you have a vitamin C deficiency, it makes scar tissue melt away from your body. Because scar tissue is not real flesh tissue. It's like biological glue. It has other results as well, obviously, but this is the scariest one. It dissolves scar tissue. I drink a glass of orange juice for breakfast every fucking morning since I found that out, dude. I already loved orange juice, so you didn't have to convince me, but oh my god. You need your vitamin C, because any scar tissue anywhere on your body just melts. It just melts away. And you're back to having an open wound. Interesting. Yeah, I love that. Good to know, right? Yeah, drink your fucking citrus, guys. Yeah, my hand might just fall off if I don't drink enough orange juice. So wounds never truly heal? Unironically, yeah, they never actually truly heal. They're just stapled up with, like, biological glue. That can melt away if you don't have the correct vitamins in your body necessary for producing it. Sounds like something someone only from Florida can get? Wait. Are you aware of one of Florida's biggest exports? Florida's kind of known for its oranges and its citrus. That is the furthest from what a Floridian would get. Listen, say what you want about Floridians. They are very unlikely to get scurvy. You know what's crazy? I've never been bitten by a water bug or a toe biter, and I've spent a lot of time in freshwater in Florida. I've just gotten real lucky. Granted, when I see one, I don't go near the fucker, because I know what they're capable of, but whew, I've never gotten bit by one. I've never had a leech on me. I've found leeches, I've seen many leeches. Never had a leech on me. Whew, but I've had ticks on me, and that fucked me up. That was not good. I had a tick on my thigh once, and I discovered it after, like, hours of it being on me. Ooh. I haven't had a tick on me in a decade, though, thank God. Really, wow, sounds cool, Zan? It is not cool! Having a tick on you is not cool! Do not get a tick on you if you can help it. Cover yourself in bug spray and do tick checks regularly. I love it when lazy Southerners cope and say their roaches are water bugs. What? Like, they're the palmetto bugs? So if you're living in the South, I don't know if you're like a water bug is not a roach. Oh, wait, holy shit. An oriental cockroach? Yeah, this is not what I'm talking about when I say water bug. What? When I say water bug, I'm talking about this fucker. Right here. This little fucker right here is what I'm talking about. This is a palmetto bug. You can't avoid having these. I'm sorry. In Florida, there's just nothing you can do to avoid having these, and they get big and they fly. And they bite. But not commonly. You just can't... You can't avoid getting palmetto bugs in your house. No matter how clean you keep your house, if you're like in Florida, they come in for the warmth. It's particularly during the cold seasons. They come into your house and you just can't help it. Yeah, they also fly. Yeah, it's pretty fucked. It's pretty fucked, yeah. You wondering why I moved to the north, huh? Yeah. Wondering why I moved to the north. Guys, I have had spiders this big crawl on me since I got here. And it happens, and I'm just like, you know, could be a cockroach. And I just brush it off me. And I send it off to go kill bigger bugs. Because I don't kill spiders in my house. Sorry, if that bothers you, you don't come to my house. I don't kill spiders in my house. Unless it's like a black widow, then I'll capture it and let it out. But I don't kill spiders. If anything, I let spiders outside. Spiders are friends. I'm sorry. Spiders are fucking cool. I don't care. I don't kill them. That's just how it is. Back in Florida, there were 2 types of spiders I would kill. Only 2. And it was if they were in my house. And it was because it was too risky to relocate them. Wolf spiders, because, let me demonstrate what might happen if you try to relocate a wolf spider. This is what might happen if you fuck with a wolf spider.
Oh, look at the babies come out of it. Oh, look at them. Jesus, look at the babies.
Why is this guy Australian? Do they have wolf spiders in Australia? Well, wolf spiders do this too, so this might not be a wolf spider. Sweep up those spiders. Yeah, so this is why I would just kind of like indiscriminately stomp these. Because you just don't want that to happen.
Oh, no.
And then brown recluses. The reason why I would just kill brown recluses on sight and stomp them instead of relocating them is because I don't think I can even show a brown recluse bite on stream. Honestly, I don't even know if I can show what a brown recluse bite looks like on stream. They vary. The bites vary in severity and badness. But let's just say their bites release a flesh-eating venom. A necrotic flesh-eating venom that tends to eat a hole in your body. Or if you're lucky, I feel like this one I can show. This is the most mild one I can find, and I think it's mild enough I can show it on stream. This is like the best you can hope for from a brown recluse bite. Like if you get bitten by a brown recluse and this is what happens and it hurts really bad there for a while, then you got lucky. And you got to a doctor quick. So and then of course like a black widow. Black widows though Like, I've always relocated Black Widows because they're just so cool. I can't bring myself to kill a Black Widow. Come on. They're so cool. Orb weavers are fucking dope. You know what? We had crab spiders in Florida. These things, I would literally, like, just let them crawl on me at the pool. Because these things, for some reason, you'd always find them at the pool. I would just let these things crawl all over me if I could find a few to freak out my friends. They're completely harmless. But they're so freaky looking that people who are afraid of spiders, you can do just the biggest flex ever by just letting these things crawl on you and freaking out people who are afraid of spiders because they probably don't know they're completely harmless. It's a crab spider. It's a spider that is called a crab spider. Look how cool it looks. They're literally spiky. I want one as a pet, TBH. Go to Florida and you will not have a hard time finding one anywhere near fresh water. What would you do if you saw this? I mean, that's a trapdoor spider, right? Brazilian wandering spiders. Armed spiders. Or banana spiders. Wow, those are some good nicknames for something that can probably kill you. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this looks like what they modeled Shelob after. Like, I think that is supposed to be Shelob. Just, they made her bigger. So, yeah, I wouldn't touch this one if it's venomous. If it's not venomous, then we're all good. With spiders, if it's not venomous, then let me hold it right now. Honestly, even with snakes, if they don't tend to bite, let me hold it right now. I have a picture of me holding a big-ass tarantula. Let me message my mom. I'm sure she has the picture. Hey, Mom, do you have the picture of me holding the big tarantula? Sorry, caps lock. I sent the whole message in caps. Oh, I know what camel spiders are. Dude, camel spiders are so funny. So there's like this meme where people get chased through the desert by camel spiders. And they're like, oh my god, it's coming for me! Oh my god, it wants to kill me! Ah! And it's just like the camel spider's chasing them, it seems. But in reality, the camel spider's actually just chasing their shadow. They just want to be in the shade. And usually if you run to something where there's like a still shade source nearby, they'll just run to that and stop chasing you. So like if you just stand still, it'll just run into the shade next to you and stand there and just stay still because it just wants to be in the shade. It's unironically just chasing your shadow. Nah, please stop my arachnophobia. Arachnophobes in chat seething. People in chat will really be like free thinkers, free leftist thinkers when talking about homophobia being bad. Unanimously agree, but then all of a sudden they think they can be arachnophobic and get away with it. The Brazilian wandering spider has the best side effects to its death. Oh, is that the one that gives you, like, a boner until you die? Like, you die with, like bricked the fuck up? That's a good way to die. That's my kind of spider. I'm gonna have to get one of those as a pet and have it on hand. Death by cock too hard. Yeah, imagine a spider bite that just forces your heart to pump all the blood in your body to your dick, and then you die. From lack of blood. You literally die of too much blood in dick. But you have the biggest hard-on you've ever had in your life as you die. Bruh. Why do you watch me? Why do you watch me if these things make you say bruh? Alright, let's read donos and get into segments, because I've been stun-locked for an hour and 2 minutes now. Alright. Midnight Kitty Boy, or Midnight Kitty now, gifted a tier 2 sub to Noobifier. Thank you, I really appreciate that. That is so based and kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Was that a 1 or 2 monther? Or 1 or 3 monther, sorry. The Xander Hall bug lock, true. Lance is an actual L. Hey, Echo Rules. Did you guys see that Lance, an hour before his video on me, took down his video shit-talking Illuminati's victims and calling them malicious liars, but then kept that video up on his other alt platforms that have less attention? Like, literally, the video where he calls the victims of Illuminati's abuse malicious liars. Oh, God. When did the recent one happen? So Lance put out a video, apparently, yesterday, or the day before yesterday, maybe? Accusing me of homophobia because I pointed out that the name he had dubbed for me, Slander Hall, is a name that was, like, devised by pedophile lolicons online who were coping and seething about me accurately referring to them as pedos. So they call me Slander Hall as their cope. And so I made just a random tweet, because I was covering the Lance stuff, like, Lamau Lance is calling me Slander Hall, a nickname that came up with by, like, Nazi lolicons on Twitter because I call them a pedo. This is hilarious. There's no... That's not me calling Lance a pedo. That's me making fun of the fact that Lance has basically joined the lineup of just dumb fucks who malign me, you know? Slander Hall kind of slaps though, lol. I mean, it does, in the sense that, like, I am constantly being slandered. That is true. Put it on a shirt as merch. That is a good idea. Fuck, I should monetize that. Like, I should have me as, like, an anime dude. Like, not even as, like, just like, as the most, like, over-aged anime dude. That'd be the meme. Like, it's me looking like a 30-year-old anime dude with, like, anime MILFs, and it says, Slander Hall Rising. I can see it now. It's me. I'm, like, aged up 10 years because, obviously, the meme comes from, like, the lolicons. So, the joke would be that I'm aged up, like, older. And then we also have the MILFs. So it triggers them even more. Because they think that women, like, become evil, like, refuse after the age of, like, 14 years old or whatever. And so you got some MILFs there to trigger them. And it just says, Slanderholics Rising. That would be good. We should start calling Lance Lancelord. That is pretty good, but he wasn't the landlord. Illuminati was the landlord. Should I like drawing? I'll get on that if you want. Oh my god. Dude, I've got like the most artistic community in the world. No, I'm just kidding. No, literally, I have the most artistic community in the world. I feel like the second I make a meme or a joke, it usually gets drawn by somebody. And I really like that. Zan should create his own brand of the left. They call it the dog shit imperialist left. We love the woke scold haters in chat. Look at my imperialism, guys. Oh, I got a good meme for this. You call me an imperialist, but have you ever shot a gun that was literally used by Soviet soldiers marching into Eastern Germany to kill Nazis before? Because I have. Here's me doing it. Glory to the motherland. Xander Hall, I joined your Discord, and I've never felt more welcomed. Aw, that's such a base thing to hear. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad my community's being welcoming and dope. I love that anyone who supports the US help Ukraine not get butt-fucked is automatically imperialist, so brain-dead of a take. I mean, they literally just want to see, like, Russian soldiers, like, lining up and raping and murdering Ukrainian women, like they did in the Bucha Street massacre. They just want to see Russians, like, slaughter Ukrainians. Can I ask you, what was the good faith TLDR that you wanted Lance to know, aside from it turning into memes? I want to show him so I can ask for a specific response. Like, what is my message to Lance? I mean, I guess I'll basically summarize my take, or like the events, very much in short, alright? Basically, I liked Lance back in, like, 2019. Lance shouted me out, like, one of my earliest videos. Cool, pretty awesome. But then down the road, I think it was after my debate with Lauren Southern, he ended up saying during a charity stream when people asked about, like, bringing me on, saying something along the lines of I don't like him, or something like that. And then he also, before that, I believe, claimed that I showed Blair White's dead name on stream to try to imply that I was, like, using transphobic arguments and, like, dead naming and, like, being transphobic to Blair White, which is not what was happening. I was watching, like, a crazy turf video, and the lady was referring to Blair White, but kept calling her Tim. And I'd never heard that term before. It turns out it's an acronym. It stands for Trans-Identified Male. It's a turf slur. And I didn't know what it meant. I was like, why the fuck is she calling Blair White Tim? What is going on here? Is that... And so I, like, opened up a new tab off screen, and I, like, Googled Blair White Tim, because I was like, is she dead naming? Is this dead naming? Is this, like, weird turf so transphobic that she's dead naming Blair White? So I checked, and then that wasn't the case, and then I said, oh, it doesn't look like it is. And, like, yeah, it's also not her dead name. It was literally a term used by TERFs to refer to trans women, and I was learning about that term. So, like, you know, Lance clip chimped me there, and that was a while ago. And since then, he's made his dislike of me pretty known. And, you know, whenever people would ask my opinion on him, I'd say, well, he doesn't like me, and his reasons for disliking me are pretty blatant, or blatantly, like, bad faith. So I think he's probably got just a personal dislike of me. And then it turned out that a good friend of, well, several good friends of his are people who, have specifically gone out of their way to try to destroy my career. Your Thought Slimes, obviously, he was friends with Bad Bunny before they had a personal falling out. You know, just a whole lot of bad people. He's basically friends with a lot of the really bad woke scold sphere. And I don't really judge people's, like, friendships necessarily, or their associations, unless it's, like, really beyond the pale. And in those cases, it wasn't really worth calling out. Until the Illuminati drama. The Illuminati drama happened, and not only was it very clear from the fucking get-go Illuminati was in the wrong, but it very quickly became clear that Illuminati was a psychopathic, narcissistic, control freak abuser. And all the evidence pointed at this. All the receipts pointed at this. And despite that, Lance made a video titled Illuminati Debunks the Malicious Lies from Former Sad Milk Members. In parentheses, her receipts are insane, in all caps. A video he then took down after I called him out for it. An hour before his video responding to me, a video where he barely, if at all, like, responds to the fact that he had defended a now fully known and exposed abuser. And it was already known she was an abuser from the get-go, but his, like, doubling down and his trying to cover it up makes it very clear he knows what he did wrong. He knows what he did was wrong, and he wants to cover it up. It's very blatant. And at this point now, he's just trying to drum up, like, he's trying to claim every response I have to his call-outs on me now are me attacking him out of nowhere. So when I make my response video, inevitably, when I make my response to him calling me homophobic, people in my community And in the left are gonna be like, Zan, why are you starting shit? Why are you always starting shit, Zan? Why are you always throwing stones for... Why are you always the one who starts shit? You're always starting shit. And it's like, oh my god, it's the same cycle every fucking time. It happened with Noah Samson. It happened with FD Signifier. Every single time. You guys like a lefty figure. I have more knowledge than you guys could possibly have because I'm actually a content creator in this sphere. I have an opinion on that person that I decide to make public, begrudgingly oftentimes. You guys get mad at me for said opinion, and then it gets proven right down the road. Loving the back-to-back stun locks. It's not a stun lock. This is actually relevant to what we're talking about. But it's just the cycle. Oh yeah, that's why I'm asking, because I just want to set it all straight. Yeah, I'm not mad or anything, Ico rules. I'm just sort of like enunciating why it's so ridiculous that this cycle continues, because at this point, it's like... Come on, how many times until you guys have faith in me? How many trials must I endure before you guys have faith in my judgment? I've known Lance for a long time and I've been through this a bit before. Ah, I see. So he's got a pattern of that. That doesn't surprise me. Makes me more steadfast in my belief that he's, just kind of a cuck. I want him to actually address what's presented. I'm gonna be honest, at this point, I feel like he's engaged in enough action that if you switch the gender roles, like, it would be inexcusable. Like, I want you to really imagine the Illuminati situation if Illuminati was a man and her victims were women. Really. Just imagine. Imagine what would happen to Lance's career if Lance had been defending Illuminati the way he was, exactly the way he was, but Illuminati was a man. And her victims, women. It would be fucking over. This is one of the most blatant examples of double standards on the left I have ever seen. Calling out defensive abuse, or defending an abuser who's a woman, and calling out that defensive abuse is drama mongering when the abuser is a woman to the left. If it was a man, it would be me holding him accountable. It would be seen as the most lefty, in line with my values thing to do ever. But because the abuser's a woman, nah. Yeah. My no spicy brain demands clear info, so that's why that's the way I know that everyone knows as accurate as info as possible before they take a position. That's understandable. Demon Mama said that Lance should make an apology video to the Click, Wonder, and his audience for defending Blair. He probably won't. I expect an apology, too. Unironically, I think I do deserve an apology. Because he's been extremely uncharitable and, like, a complete dick to me for, like, a while now, and now it's come to a point where he's actually got... Like, honestly, I do think Click and Wonder deserve more of an apology, but I definitely deserve one, too. Like, they deserve, like, a 100% apology. I deserve, like, 20% of that apology, you know? Like 20% of that apology power, you know? Because Lance went after me as a way of defending himself from, like, the criticism of his defending of an abuser. Anyway. Midnight Kitty Boy, thank you for the Tier 2 gifted sub to... Yeah, it should be in a different video, yeah. Midnight Kitty Boy, thank you for the Tier 2 gifted sub to Noobifier. I really appreciate that. I don't know how many months that is, but correct me if I'm wrong in chat if I do get it wrong. I'm going to assume that's a 1-monther. I can add more onto that if you deem, or if you ended, it was just a 1-monther. Okay, good, there we go. Pog. Thank you, Midnight Kitty Boy. I really appreciate the $10. Fucking based. And I'm sure Noobifier appreciates the Tier 2 sub. Werewolf Jester, thank you for the Tier 1 sub. Thank you very much for the $5. Very based and pog of you. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Whoa, my god. And then Midnight Kitty with the 15 Tier 1 gifted subs. Oh my god. Gifted to insert creative user, Faye Wings, Baphomet 97, Ollie with a B, Grisha CZ, or Krisha CZ, Sparkle Mew, Winbee, Boat Dog 7, Flower Weaver, D Jara, Travis the Cancer Pill, Kastinov, Castanov, yeah. Miss Whiplash, Mr. Muffin Tops, and Warhunt23. Oh my god, I'm sure they all really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Right here. That's always where the itchiness is. Right where, like, my mustache meets, like, the bottom of my nose. I don't know why, but I just get this, like, constant itch right here. It's like a little, like, neurological thing. I don't even know. Just a weird little itch that just pops up right in that spot from time to time for no reason. I call it the streamer nose itch. But yeah, thank you so much for the 15 tier 1 gifted subs. Very based. Pepe plant? Oh wait, you don't have a gifted sub. Somebody needs to gift Aiko Rules a sub. She doesn't have Pepe plant. Or Pog plant. But thank you so much, Midnight Kitty. That is an absurd amount of support, and I really do appreciate it. Like, that is immense. That is immaculate. That is fucking awesome. Thank you so goddamn much. That is... how much money is that? I'm bad at math. So that's 75. Ah, thank you. I'm sorry. It's too early, and I'm too stoned to do math. Shadow onesie? Not yet. Math? None. I will say, my worst subject in school was always math. Every other subject I actually did pretty well in. Like, I was actually pretty good in school. Or I did well in school, I should say. When it came to English, history, geography, science. Pretty much every class I did that wasn't math, I was good at. And then science started to become math, you know, as you get older. And it's like, ah, fuck, you know? And so, you know, you start to be a little more hit and miss in the sciences because the sciences start to involve more math. Why are you so against college? I'm not against college. I'm against college for myself. I'm not against college conceptually. Don't characterize my position that way. Why? I despise working on someone else's schedule. Like, unironically, I never feel more self-cucked than when I've made plans. Even if I'm excited for those plans, I feel so cucked when I've made them, you know? Like, even if I'm so excited to go hang out with my friends, if they cancel at the last moment, I'll be sitting there and I'll be like, oh, no, oh, I was so excited. As I'm, like, taking off my pants and getting just back into my boxers and booting up World of Warcraft Classic and getting in Discord with my friends, you know, like, oh, no, I can't, I don't get to leave the house? Oh, man. Oh, that's tough scene right there. You know, like, I enjoy even if I'm, like, beyond excited to do something, usually I'm not too bent out of shape about plans getting canceled to, like, go out of the house and do something, because I am perfectly fine just vibing and chilling out at home doing whatever I want, you know? You know, you're not on house arrest, right? I mean, I go outside plenty, but, like, going out for, like, a set period of time and not whenever I feel like just kind of turning in is less fun. Like, I like going for walks and, you know, just hanging out outside, but, yeah. Hey, Tipster. But goddamn, Midnight Kitty Boy, thank you for the $75. That is extremely generous, and I hope all the people who got gifted Tier 1 subs appreciate it too. Noobafire, thank you for the Tier 1 sub. Based in Pog, thank you for the 5 buccarinos. Says, gross mayo name, gotta get that fixed. True, true and true. Seer, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs, the $5. Thank you so much. Said, hey Zan, only here for a bit on lunch break. Just want to say fuck Rev Says Desu. They went after an artist I follow for a based comic they made, and they ended up deleting their Twitter. Yeah, Rev Says Desu is a massive pedo YouTuber, like over 600k subs or something like that. Pretty wild how the pedophile, like, lolicon community has kind of come together to make a bulwark of defense for their, and honestly, offense. Like, pedophiles online have gotten so, like, coordinated that they can harass people off the internet. and those people don't really have recourse to defend themselves. The Twitter update has been a big boost to pedophiles on Twitter. Have you noticed that? It has become harder than ever to report and get pedophiles banned off of Twitter, and it has become easier than ever for far-right, like lolicon pedo communities to drum up a massive harassment campaign against a lefty online or on Twitter, and that lefty to not be able to, like, muster even close to the amount of people those pedo Nazis are able to. You've noticed that, right? Like, some random Nazi will quote tweet some random trans girl and get like 10,000 tweets calling her a pedo groomer, but then that same trans girl who has like more followers than that random Nazi quote tweets them with a like well thought out like remark, and it gets like 200 likes. Because like the Nazi lolicon pedo paid for Twitter Blue. We really are in horrific times. We live in fucking horrific times. That's really all I can say about it. Leafy is having a blast lately. Leafy is schizo AF. Oh, has Leafy been like non-stop? Yeah, he's been like non-stop transphobia posting. He's like deranged. He's lost it. May Dastardly, thank you for the $20 donation. Holy crap, that is very generous of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Said, stop making me want to play WoW, dang it. Classic WoW will become your life. You will join trans rights. You will buy a blowhigh. You will join my WoW guild. You will raid with me and Keffels. I think Keffels is, well, Keffels has been streaming the WoW Classic gameplay, but I think she's also going to be streaming the raids. Like, when we hit max level and we're raiding, I think me and Keffels are probably going to be doing streams together where we're raiding in WoW Classic. Keffel's moving to Northern Ireland soon, which means stream schedules are going to be fucked. It sucks to see. I won't be able to see her streams anymore. You can if you're based. You and Keffels both got me out of here, tempted to start playing WoW lol. Yeah, I mean, you should try it. It's really fun. Classic WoW is really just like the ultimate boomer game. Like, you're gonna start playing Classic WoW and it's gonna fucking click for you. You're no offense, tipster, but like, when I run into people in WoW, and they ask me how old I am, and I say I'm 23 years old, they oftentimes respond with disbelief, or they freak out at the prospect of someone in their early 20s playing World of Warcraft. Classic, nonetheless. Like, most of WoW's audience is like late 20s to 30-year-old men. And like, ironically enough, older women. WoW's MILF population is strong. Have I heard about the SoCal lady killer? It's a good video, isn't it? That is a really good video. And yeah, I showed the entire guild that video multiple times. That was one of the first WoW videos I forced the guild to watch in Discord. Such a good video. Can confirm 32-year-old woman here and played TBC for like a year. See? The woman of my dreams is in World of Warcraft Classic, okay? The MILF of my dreams. Somewhere. Probably on Moonguard. In retail. Chat. Is it Classic WoW okay? No, Classic Vanilla. Chat. Do you want to see what my end game is? Do you want to see what my couples goals is? I hate those memes where it's like, oh my god, couples goals, but I've never felt that feeling more than when watching this YouTube channel, okay? I watch a fair amount of WoW content creators. And one of those WoW content creator couples is Taliesin and Evitel. I feel like their banner gets across the vibe of their channel very well. This is the dream right here. All right? This is the dream. Okay?
This video is
This is the most fucking wholesome couple on all of YouTube.
sponsored by Squarespace.
I'm pretty sure they met in WoW, have been married for years, and have recently had their baby. And they do WoW videos.
Hello, Internet. It's me, Taliesin, but it's not just me.
They're also based as fuck. I follow them on Twitter. And F, is Stream dead? Stream dead? No, Stream's okay. Stream's okay. No, we're good. Stream's okay. Yeah, people are just trolling me. Yeah, so basically, I'm pretty sure they met in WoW and everything, and they recently had a baby, and they do WoW news videos together, and they're like a married couple, and it's just super fucking wholesome. And they're progressive as fuck, like they're super based. I follow them on Twitter, and they followed my old Twitter account, but they don't follow my current one. They ended up following me on that one, sadly, but one day I'll get the refollow. But they're super left-leaning. It's very obvious from their Twitter posts. They're very critical of like the gamer chud culture. Yeah, they're pretty based.
It's me, Evitel too. Hi, guys.
That's right, a multi-camera setup.
And I'm on the sofa. Sofa.
Only one of the cameras has actually been recorded properly. That's okay. I'm sure it'll be a very good quality video that everyone will like.
It's fine.
Oh, they didn't meet in WoW? Okay, I'm sorry, I made that part up. They didn't meet in WoW. Evitel made Taliesin return to WoW, though, because she played it. Okay, that's so wholesome.
This is great. I feel like the podcast, like, interlocutor. I feel like the guy who's here to be like, but...
Oh yeah, I think Fallout New Vegas is free for like the next 2 days, so like, there's gonna be a lot more trans people in the coming years.
Tally.
That's exactly what you're here to be. Just like in real life, you're here to do it on the channel now as well.
But why? Why am I here? Why are we doing this? What's going on, Tally?
While we were away this week in Italiano, BlizzCon was...
I'm not gonna play their whole video, but I think that gets across like the vibe that they have, and it's just super wholesome. I love it. I really do. I fucking love it. My favorite WoW channel. NCR shill to transgender coder pipeline. It's real. People really go from listening to Joshua Graham monologues on Twitter to, like, wearing femboy socks. It's fucking real, dude. Never have truer words about fucking Fallout New Vegas fans been spoken. You went from being like a chuddy Christian nationalist listening to Joshua Graham monologues and idealizing him to becoming a trans girl in thigh highs. Or a femboy. One of the two. That's what happened to you people. What the fuck is a femboy sock? You know exactly what I'm talking about. Literally. It's true, fuck. Zan never misses. That's right. Yep, the striped femboy leggings, you got it. Every femboy has those. How damaging has the Illuminati drama been for the left? Leftist mafia did not handle the backlash well at all. I don't think it was really harmful to the left. I think it was just another... Like, the left shoots itself in the foot every day. At a certain point, it's like there's no foot left anymore to shoot. You know? Like, at this point, we just have to start shooting the ankle. You know? I don't feel like this was bad enough that the left was shooting itself in the ankle. Is Zan psychic? No. No, I just pay attention. Maydast... Oh, wait, I already read that one. Thank you. I really appreciate the $20. Drakai's, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for the $5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Said, hope you're having a better day than I am, so glad you're live. Well, I hope my stream's able to cheer you up. I am having a pretty good day, honestly. Little Morphine Annie, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Very based and pog and nice of you. Thank you for the $5 buccarinos. Didn't say anything, but I really appreciate it. CEO Vixen Speaks, thank you for the $10 Redinos. Really appreciate that. Very pog and based of you. Said, I emailed the birdie enjoying the theme song a couple days ago, by the way. Twitter thought the video was suspicious to DM. It might be in my DMs. Let me check if it's in my Twitter DMs, because my emails are a shit show. Pornbot. Nope, just porn bots. Okay. Thanks, Elon. I'll check out the video off stream, though, because my email is a shit show. Zan Wonder is doing a legal fund? Oh, hell yeah! Send it my way so I can, shill it. Yeah, Wonder is suing Illuminati. Dude, I like how literally Illuminati's getting fucking sued. And Lance still defended. And Lance defended her, and it's still being like and the left is still trying to frame him as the good guy in this. Oh my god. Not even the good guy, the victim of me just like starting shit supposedly. Oh, there we go. I found it. Oh, Based Wonder follows me on Twitter. Wonder says, hey everyone, hope you're well. As many of you know by now, during this ongoing situation, I received a cease and desist demanding I remove my voice. Oh yeah, Illuminati's also suing Wonder. Yeah, Illuminati's a real piece of shit. Like, Illuminati's been hemorrhaging subs since the receipts came out, so now she's sent a cease and desist. But Wonder is going to sue. Does anybody know Zan's background lighting setup? Like the RGB lights or the light that's coming in through my window? Don't trust no motherfucker named Blair? You know, I've never thought about that. That's true. Who the fuck names their kid Blair? 1. 2, who the fuck who isn't evil chooses for their own name to be Blair? Like, literally, if I were to come up with, like, the name of a feminine villain for my story I was writing, Blair would not be far down the list of names that would come to mind. What did you just send me? Oh my god, I saw this! Okay, is this a two retards fighting moment, or is this a, or is this Shu being based, or not based, but, like criticizing Andrew Tate and getting called out for it? Is it them allying with each other? I don't know what this is. Shu is on his side. Xanderhall, don't say I told you so. We know you can. You know what's funny? I also did a similar prediction to this recently. You know how I said back during the Anna Kasparian birthing person drama that this is a sign, I guarantee this is a sign that TYT is chasing the money and is going to start shilling to moderate conservatives? Quote unquote, moderate conservatives. Have you guys paid attention to what TYT's been up to lately? Because they've absolutely gone down the exact road I predicted. Listen, I am not a sage, okay? I am not a seer. I am not a fucking, I'm not touched. I am not fucking, I don't have the shine, all right? I just know how to pay attention, okay? I've watched a lot of YouTube. I was in the YouTube politics sphere for a while, watching content, and then I started making content. I've noticed patterns, okay? I've noticed patterns. And when those patterns happen, I make educated predictions. And those educated predictions, sometimes they're right. I'm not a prophet, though, I swear. I don't literally have the Life is Strange. Maybe I do have the Life is Strange rewind power. I keep on saying, like, how dope would it be if I had the rewind power from Life is Strange and I could use it during debates? Like, it would literally be, like, just the most OP shit of all time. Like, the most useful power I could ever hope for my, like, lifestyle and my job. Maybe I already have it and I just don't know. Stop lying, you're secretly the son of Apollo and you can see the future. Dude, if I could see the future, do you really think that I would be, like, not rich? P.S. Reviewed Shu's boyfriend's video and I was so good when I hopped on right after. And I was so good when I hopped on right after? Well, I don't know what you're referring to, Ico Rules. I didn't say what I was going to say. Since Shu was in the chat. Oh, wait. Like, P.S. reviewed Shu's boyfriend's video. I didn't know Shu's boyfriend made videos? I don't know. I'm a little confused at what you said. Does Eudaimonia make videos? I didn't know that.
Men. What are they? Men have been in a crisis. Sperm count is low. Liberalism is high. Testosterone...
No. She's being ironic, right? She's being ironic, right? There's no way she's actually on... There's no way she's actually defending Andrew Tate. There's no way. You guys are trolling me. There's no fucking way. There's no way she's not being ironic.
Is decreasing. Soy
This is ironic. There's no way.
The femboy population is sky...
I'm not saying Shu doesn't believe some of this shit. She absolutely does, especially when you hear the kind of shit she says about lefty dudes in private. Because she does unironically believe, like, the soy male narrative stuff from the right. But I don't think she has the balls to like... I don't think she's far down that road enough to unironically defend Andrew Tate. It's an edit? Well, obviously it's an edit. I'm talking about what she's saying here and what it's, like, containing to. I don't watch Shu's videos.
Skyrocketing. Instead of chopping wood and hunting mammoths, men are throwing on thigh-high socks and cat ears. The question on everyone's mind is, how do we stop this epidemic? How do we save men?
Is this like, I'm trying to figure out if this is a two retards fighting moment or if Andrew Tate thinks that Shoe on Head was posting something based in his mind. Like, I don't know. I can't tell. But she's definitely being ironic. She is not taking Andrew Tate's side publicly there. No shot. Shoe on Head is not that. She's too good of a businesswoman to do that. There's no way on earth she has gone that low. I do not like Shu. I do not think highly of her, but there is not a single fucking shot she has stooped as low as defending Andrew Tate. If the shoe fits, there's just listen, guys. Shoe on Head is pedantic as fuck, okay? Do not criticize her for things she did not do, alright? Because what she will do is hyper-focus on the criticism of things she did not do and ignore all valid criticism. And the idea that she got canceled for something she did not do will be the narrative. And you will have failed at actually managing to make clear that she has faults. Serious faults that lead to the detriment of large groups of people that she doesn't really seem to have any genuine concern for in regards to her repeated actions, you know? We don't need bad faith to be right about her shit behavior. Exactly. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and post Wonderstruck's Twitter link to the GoFundMe, the legal fund, in chat. Go fund Wonder if you've got the money. Like, if you were going to donate to me, donate to Wonder instead. Seriously. The difference between Zan and Lance on full display. Sea Vixen Speaks, thanks for the $10. I really do appreciate it. I really, really do appreciate it. Says oh yeah, I will check out the bird video. I will check out the bird video, I promise. I gotta do it off stream, though. No Chump Change, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Ico Rules, says the streamer asks. And the streamer receives. Thank you for the $5. I really do appreciate it. I hope Ico Rules appreciates the Pepe Plan emote. Black Rose Jaden, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs to I Breathe Chlorine Gas. Amazing name. I also breathe chlorine gas. It's my... I need it to survive. This is actually a chlorine gas vape. I microdose chlorine gas. I don't know if you guys know this, but I build up a tolerance. And, yeah, I'm immune. I could be fighting in the trenches in World War I. And the Germans could start throwing the mustard gas into the trenches, and I'm fine. That's chlorine gas I'm breathing out right now. It's why I always have to have a window open when I vape in the room with other people, or they'll die. They'll literally drop dead. Can you imagine, like, if I got banned from YouTube for that joke? Like, if some mod at YouTube actually thought that was serious, or Twitch thought that was serious and, like, banned me for self-harm? Like, if there was actually a Twitch mod who thought I was, like, microdosing chlorine gas and building a... That's some Twitch mod shit if I actually got banned for that. That would be totally in character for Twitch. Yeah, I have gas immunity. Wait, were you joking? No. No, but seriously, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs to I Breathe Chlorine Gas, Jazz Dog, Sino, and I Am O, and Nuts says, I don't have much, but I want to help where I can. You've inspired me to start making lefty content. Oh, hell yeah, Xanderhall. Thank you for everything you do. Post the link to your channel. We'll check it out. Thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for the $25. That's not $25. That's $25. There we go. Thank you, thank you. Shadow Angel 099, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate the dono. Very base. Says, if you want to get all the trans viewers, you guys should get Fallout New Vegas free on Epic and try to set up the multiplayer mod. Big leftist New Vegas playthrough. I wouldn't want to play through it my first time multiplayer, but I did start a playthrough of it a while ago. Problem is, I had a bunch of graphics mods installed, and I accidentally uninstalled the game. It's gonna be a while before I have the motivation to sit in a Discord call with my friend Balth and get those graphics mods reinstalled so that I can resume my playthrough. It's not the reinstall, it's the worry. It's the long time installing the mods. And some of these mods are literally needed just to play the game on PC. No. You cannot play Fallout New Vegas on PC vanilla. That's not a thing. I'm sorry. That's not a thing. You add certain enhancement and bug fixing mods to the game. I'm sorry. It's just, you do that. That's what you do. The game is fundamentally broken. Hashtag free Wingo. I am a modder. You're a Fallout New Vegas modder? If only you had a viewer who was like a prodigy in modding or something. Oh my god. Maybe I'll have you help me, Wingo. Your redemption. Oh. Let me pop my back really fast. Oh. Oh, my upper back loosened up a lot after that. I can actually take a deep breath without it hurting. I don't know if you guys know this, but for months now I've been having chronic upper back pain that I've just been having to fight through, and I've been working on my posture and everything, bad posture in it. Do I look like I have bad posture? I am not hunched over. I am sitting up right now. My natural posture is sitting up. It's not a posture thing. I actually ended up like, I'm pretty sure this is a pulled muscle that I just don't have the ability to get at. Like, I'm pretty sure I just have a pulled muscle because about 2 months ago, at this point, which is when the back problems started, my mom came to visit. And we were riding around in the car, and I was in the passenger seat, and we had a cooler of water in the back seat, like sitting on the floor of the car. And I like reached back to grab a water, and the way that I had to like contort and bend back and like dig around inside the thing like really hurts and like kind of twists my entire back, and it's not the most comfortable thing, but I think I pulled a muscle doing it like 2 months ago, and I don't have what I need to do to like I'm not a second person, you know. I need someone else to like massage my back, like a physical therapist or something, to like deal with it. You're basically dead at this point, man. It feels like it. I like God. You always ask if I've considered becoming a disembodied head in a jar every time I say this, and honestly, yes, I have. Tiger Balm was a lifesaver for me. Tiger Balm. I'll look into it. Wait until you hit your 30s. You will pull muscles you didn't even know existed while doing the most mundane activities. That's my reaction to that information. Because I just know you're not even lying. Like, I've already gotten old enough that I already... Just 6 years? 7 years. Yeah, 7 years. I already know you're not lying because I've gotten old enough to start experiencing, like, the fucking... The degradation of age. I'm already doing it now. I think that chatter just broke Zan. No, that was just my honest reaction to that information. Just a deep breath in and a deep breath out and a longing look into the distance. Start exercising to stave off aging pains. That's what I do, Clear Abyss. I actually ordered some kettlebells just yesterday on Amazon. I got myself some that are better for curling because last time I did my big workout arc, I injured myself doing bicep curls. I was lifting too heavy, and it's not that I wasn't capable of lifting it. I was totally capable of lifting it. The problem was I started to get a click right here, deep in the bend of my arm, a weird click. And I figured out it was due to the fact that I was just working with too much weight before I was ready for it. And I decided to, get lighter weights and just kind of, better underlift than overlift. I can do more reps if it just feels like it's not enough weight. Like, just exercise till I feel the burn. The burn is what I'm looking for. If I feel, if I feel sore the next day, then I've done a good job. I've achieved what I'm looking for. And, yeah, you got to build up muscle before you can, overexert, because you'll get, like, joint issues. And that's what I was getting. I was getting joint issues, and I had to stop because I was hurting myself. Yeah, I might get those adjustable kettlebells down the road, but they're expensive. They're not that cheap. Walsh has the adjustable kettlebells. When I went to his house, he's got a gym, and he's got those adjustable kettlebells where it's like a big, like it's like a mount, and you set them into like the different spots, and it sets more weight onto it, and you can like take off weight off them. When in doubt, just do 4 sets at a time. Yeah, just taking it easy is probably how I'll start. Vosh has a gym, the big left. I'm telling you, crazy. I mean, it's not like a millionaire gym or anything like that. It's just he bought some gym equipment on Amazon and has it in a room. You know, it's like he has a room where he's bought some like basic gym equipment and that's where he works out. Maybe I'll use his gym. How many rooms does he have? You're not getting info about Vosh's house out of me, motherfuckers. I'm not getting specific. You got... Oh, yes. Zen, how many bathrooms does it have? How many bedrooms? Okay, what's the square footage? How many floors? Okay. What color is it? All right. Amount of windows? Okay. All right, can you tell me what property management company he rented it from? Thank you. Like, fuck off. Does he sleep near a window? How many entrances and exits? So he rents, that narrows it down? Well, I mean, I don't actually know if he rents or buys. I just kind of made a random off-color comment. I mean, I bet you Vosh has a specific room for horses, if you know what I mean. Yeah, to find Vosh, all you have to do is narrow down homes in Seattle that have a barn, like a horse barn, on the property. That'll help you guys narrow it down. Yeah, look for houses in Seattle with stables and you'll really narrow down. Okay. Cherry, what's up? I saw Cherry in chat. Where's Cherry's message? I sent you a link on Discord that is important for the Tory segment. Thank you. We're gonna start with that actually in just a minute after I finish reading all these amazing donos. Oh yeah, I saw the Aragorn card for the Magic the Gathering cards, and he's black. And like people are mad, and it's like, who the fuck cares? Who the fuck cares? Hey, you guys want to see one of my favorite cosplay accounts on Twitter? Let me see if I can find his at. Fuck, I can't find his at, but I can find his post from me retweeting him. Give me a moment. I'm sure I'll find it eventually. I've retweeted his stuff fairly often, because he's based. I'm getting bored, chat. I'm losing willpower. I'm losing it. It's draining from me. My arm is getting tired from scrolling. That one muscle in your arm, the one that controls the finger, the middle finger that I'm using to scroll, it's getting tired. Yep, I'm out of energy. I can't do it anymore. It's ogre. Yep, that's all I got in me. I'm sorry. I tried to find it. Anyway, thank you so much, Shadow Angel 099 for the $5. I really appreciate it. Avalon of Babylon, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Transgal. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you for the $5. Says, it is law that all mods must be subbed. Also, Zan, IDK if you saw my previous messages, but Riverboat Jack asked me to tell you she wants to do a collab. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm down to do a collab, I guess. I don't really know what about. Like an IRL collab? Like a going to the range and shooting guns collab? Or like an on-stream lefty collab? Because now I'm going to be doing 2 types of collabs like that. That's my favorite pastime. Lefty figure I'm hanging out with, time to go shoot some guns at the range. But yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Black Rose Jaden, thank you for the $5. Very pog. I just realized I haven't eaten today. God damn it. I woke up. I showered. I was like, oh yeah, I'm all dressed. I'm ready for stream. I've got everything done. I was like, have I forgotten something? Have I forgotten something? I don't think I've forgotten anything. Okay. Time to start stream. Now I'm 2 hours into stream. And my stomach starts rumbling. Oh, I 100% have ADHD, dude. Oh my fucking god. Black Rose Jaden, thank you for the $5. I really do appreciate it. Says, I don't have anything up on the channel yet. I'm still in the process of editing my first video. It'll be a PNG tube format primarily. Link, thanks so much for the shout out. Yeah, let me go ahead and drop your link in the chat. Go subscribe. Be the first. Be the first to sub. Do it now. I also subbed. Subscribe. And ring the bell icon. There you go. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5 as well. Alright. Let me... update the dono goal. You guys have been popping off. Intense support today. Thank you so goddamn much. By the way, if you're watching right now and you want to support the stream, you're one of the 600 people watching over on YouTube, consider dropping a like. It really does help out a lot. Just a single thumbs up really does go a long way. We got 330 likes right now, and I honestly feel like we could get up to 500 if we really pushed for it. Really, every single like does count. I really do appreciate it. Alright. I like how every time I ask for people to like the stream, I lose viewers, but then whenever people do like the stream, the viewers, like, go back up again. It's funny. Anyway. Let's get into it. Let's do this shit. Allow me to bring up some extra details. All right. Let me take a sip and we're gonna fart. We're gonna fart. We're gonna start the first segment. Who up fartin'? All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, Action. Well, well, well. Here I thought the woke scold problem on Twitter had kind of died down ever since Elon Musk bought the platform and turned it into a Nazi hellscape. But as it turns out, the only lefties that can really seem to get much traction with their posts and their, they're going after people on Twitter these days are the lefties who spend all their time going after other lefties for stupid bullshit. The woke scolds, that is. Like, absolutely the worst possible case scenario with these Twitter changes. That said, the woke scolds are back on their shit, and worse than ever, in my opinion. You see, I've got a group of friends on Twitter. I've got a large, sort of lefty poster friend group, a group of people who generally, they tend to have good opinions, they tend to be based, and they tend not to be too, terminally online and cringe, right? The issue is, when you are based on the internet, when you are based in the online left, you are going to get shit for it. That is the reality of the internet. Being based and correct all the time will garner you a lot of hate. Like, a lot of hate. That said, a good friend of mine, Euphoria Tori, or Victoria as you may know her, very well-known Twitter poster in the lefty sphere, she had some tweets dug up from over 10 years ago, from when she was a literal kid, and those tweets are racist. Obviously, she's not racist now. She's a trans, lefty, progressive socialist, but back in the day, she grew up in a far-right family that indoctrinated her into racism. And then when she grew up and gained independence from said family, she was able to break out of that, de-radicalize, and no longer be racist. And it's been a very long time since she was racist. As a matter of fact, she literally grew up in a far-right religious cult. I'm not even kidding. Like, a literal far-right religious cult, like some Far Cry 5 shit. Wait, was Far Cry 5 the one with Juan Carlos Esposito, or was it Far Cry 4? The one where you're in, like, redneck land. And it's like the religious cult. That's Far Cry 6? Far Cry 5 is the cult? Okay, I got it right. Okay, yeah. Literally some Far Cry 5 shit, okay? Like just hardcore religious trauma, no doubt. Abusive parents and an abusive family. In a situation like that, there's not really much you can do other than grow up, gain independence, and then realize racism is wrong and then stop being racist. You were forced into it as a child and you knew no better, right? Here's the problem, though. A lot of lefties are something called morally lucky. I was unfortunately hit with the reality today, the stark reality, that many people in the online left nowadays don't even know what that word means. So we're going to go ahead and define it very quickly, because I think it's pretty important. This is from Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. This is their entry on moral luck. Moral luck occurs when an agent can be correctly... I'm going to word this in a way that isn't philosophy major-brained. Moral luck occurs when somebody can be correctly treated as an object of moral judgment. God, I hate how... okay, I'm going to just explain it in English then, okay? Being morally lucky is basically when throughout your upbringing in the environment that you were surrounded in your early life, your influences led you to a certain set of moral ideas. Moral ideas that are just correct, like the correct moral positions, the good ones. Like you grew up with good parents, good family members, good friends, good influences that just helped you grow into a good person. You didn't have bad influences growing up. You didn't, racism and bigotry, things like that are taught. You weren't taught those things. A lot of lefties are morally lucky. They were never indoctrinated into far-right propaganda. They've never even heard far-right propaganda most of the time. And because of that, they see somebody who could have ever been racist at any point, even if they're not now, as a lesser human being morally. It is unironically kind of like original sin. if you think about it. A lot of the people you're going to see me cover today that are engaging in this drama unironically believe that all white people have an inherent desire for power over non-white people, and that that has to be like, you're either born like that, like either you're one of the white people inherently born with the desire to oppress minorities and gain like power over minorities, or you're one of the few white people who's born like an ally, quote unquote. That is really unironically how these people seem to think. So let's go ahead and get into it. So the start of all of this was with like a bunch of tweets from Victoria's getting dug up, and she ended up responding to it saying, for some reason, people are digging up decade-old tweets in an attempt to dunk on me, and now I'm going to respond. For 23 years of my life, I was isolated and indoctrinated to be a far-right Christian by my parents. She goes on, but I'm going to first feature this reply, and the response to this reply to give you an idea of how horrible the response to this has been. Rat Bite Baby, friend of mine, replies, I'm glad I wasn't on Twitter when I was still in Catholic school. I did not have good opinions back then, but these are the same people who claim to care about rehabilitation. It's annoying. My Catholic school friends aren't racist. Okay, and I wasn't either. Neither did I say I was. I went to Catholic school and none of my friends were racist. Did I miss that section or something? Oh yeah, it's so annoying when someone calls out your racism. Bummer. What people are you talking about? Y'all all have that same pitiful look when being racist or blaming parents for what you did. You'll see a lot of this. They say that you're blaming your parents and can't take responsibility for your racism. Like, you should have rebelled from your parents automatically knowing racism was wrong when they taught it to you. Because plenty of POC are Christian or evangelical Christian or Catholic without being racist, so it kind of feels like an excuse. We all read the same book but didn't come to the same conclusions, it seems. Let me ask you this. What anti-racism efforts have you lent your time to? Notice how I'm not even having to look for these tweets. Like, these are just the replies. These are just the overwhelming majority of the replies. And it's what Twitter is pushing. Sad violin. Okay, we've got insults. Don't even apologize for her actions. Just blame her parents. We don't owe you motherfuckers forgiveness or your rehabilitation. How about you work on becoming a better person for yourself and not needing the harmed people's validation? Block list speedrun. Oh, I've run a block list on every person who liked these tweets. Absolutely. And a lot of people who posted them. Must be nice to know that being white gives you a pass for being gives you a pass for past racist behavior. As long as you can blame your parents, you don't even have to apologize. What is annoying is being a black teenager surrounded by racist degenerates like you that will later call it a phase without acknowledging the damage their racism caused to innocent black people. You were incredibly disingenuous replying to people stating I was not racist when your apologist tweets. Wait, she didn't even say she wasn't racist. She said she was indoctrinated into racism and had to grow out of it. They're literally, like, it's literally just, they'll read whatever the fuck they want to. You understand now why I take absolutely no criticism from the left, right? I do not, at this point, I heed absolutely no criticism from the left. It comes from nobody who wants what's best for you. It is only from people that want to have parasocial power over you. People like Thought Slime, people like Sophie from Mars, people like the Serfs, they have buckled to these people. I have not. Been to Catholic elementary school, high school, and college, and I wasn't like this BS excuse. Oh, you're such a good ally. So all you motherfuckers was racist, and black leftists are supposed to feel comfortable around you motherfuckers? Y'all rehabilitate from racism? Lamau, white people are a joke. You are not a racist because of Catholic school, you are just a racist. Notice how it's like, the tweet literally says I had bad opinions back then, and now it's people insisting that she apologized for having bad opinions back then and saying she's currently racist. You can never not be racist. If you were ever racist, then that is a moral scar on you. If the only people that can ever be racist, in their view, are bad people. If you were ever racist at any point, that is because you are a bad person fundamentally who is vulnerable to that radicalization. They don't believe there's any such thing as right-wing radicalization and alt-right pipeline. They don't believe in the idea of the right pumping billions of dollars into media meant to radicalize people into the far-right ideas by pushing misinformation. They believe that racism and bigotry is an inherent thing that comes from people's inherent evil, which essentially makes racism impossible to fight. That's the thing. These people's view of racism is a racism that is impossible to fight. Like, you literally just have to kill racists to end racism at that point, which these people do believe. Like, these people think you're racist and want to kill you. That is why, like I've gotten tons of death threats from these people. It's why I'm buying a ton of guns. So, like, yeah, it has become the norm as a rational lefty online to regularly be inundated with harassment and death threats from people like this. I went to Catholic school too. How did I miss the racism portion? You big white, it's not YouTube. I read YT as like an acronym or like short for YouTube, but it's actually what Hoteps say when they mean white. You white crackers are insufferable. I might get banned from Twitch for saying crackers there, but I don't care. Listen, I'm Floridian. I'm allowed to say it. Dude, if anyone's allowed to say cracker, white Floridian people are allowed to say it. Like, literally, Floridians are crackers. Like, it's literally part of our cultural identity. I don't think you realize, like, Twitch, if you ban me, you're literally engaging in cultural, like, bigotry. Like, look up Florida cracker. It's literally the name of Floridian white settlers. And everything in Florida is called Florida Cracker Kitchen, Florida Cracker Country, Florida Cracker Boat Port. Like, oh my god, it's everywhere. Yep, it's not even a meme. It's not even a meme. I'm here for the Zan ban. To be fair, I really don't give a shit about getting banned from Twitch. Anyway, if you're wondering about the people who started this attack against Tori, it's someone who you might recognize. Who remembers this hashtag say her name discourse? When a young trans woman by the name of Brianna J was murdered, and trans people on Twitter started saying hashtag say her name to get attention brought to the fact that, you know, hate crimes against trans people are on the rise, and news media articles were refusing to spread around her, or to push, like, actually say her name. They were dead naming her in many cases, or just, like, referring to her, like, in a weird, vague way. One of the people who pushed the idea that using that hashtag was cultural appropriation or, like, anti-black or some shit like that was a Twitter user by the name of Tumisha. Here she is. She seems to have a real problem. I assume she, her? Yeah, she, they pronouns. I assume she seems to have a real problem with trans women, I've noticed. Like a real problem with trans women. Like, every time this woman's in the forefront of the discourse, it's because she's gathered a shit ton of people on the left to hate on like a white trans woman. She hates mixed race relationships too. She's actually just a Nazi. Yeah. So basically, Brianna Wu tweets, "Growing up in a progressive family is privilege when you are queer. Some people are going after my friend Euphoria Tori because she had some cringe tweets a decade ago before she snapped out of her right-wing upbringing. Y'all can fuck right off with this nonsense." The very valid reply. Ah yes, the privilege of being a black queer person and watching white queer people celebrate the murders and lynchings of black people. Growing up in a progressive family. Ah yes, the privilege of being black. Progressive equals black. Notice, this is the same thought process the right uses. When this person says woke, they mean black. Guess who else means black when they say woke? Yeah. So, the blatant dishonesty and the fact these people are just, like, vitriolic, abusive scumfucks is, like, very, very good reason for why right off the bat, it should be clear, there is not a hint of validity in any of these attacks. And, like, she has been getting... Oh, my God. If I scroll up through Tori's replies, we've got these replies. These were the ones that Twitter can show. All very stupid, all hate replies. I do not consider these people to be part of our political movement. These are not leftists in the sense that they are on the side of progressivism winning. These are slimy, disgusting little scumfucks who use progressivism as their weapon to engage in online abuse. These are bad people, fundamentally. Full, uncritical support to Victoria. Uncritical support to Victoria. Euphoria Tori's Twitter. I am dropping it right now in the chat. Go follow, go send support, because Jesus fucking Christ, this shit is downright deranged and just beyond the pale. And I just hate the fact that every, like, couple weeks I have to see something like this go down, where I see now the most loud, seen leftists on Twitter. Notice how... You saw how many likes some of these tweets got, right? These are some of the most liked tweets I've seen from lefty accounts since Elon bought Twitter. These are the people on the left that Twitter is boosting now. Do you know why Elon's doing this? If Elon can make half the site into Tumblr at its worst, and the other half into 4chan at its worst, it will be non-stop engagement. And he can't prevent ads from leaving the platform, and he can't get ads to come to the platform while also keeping up his right-wing collaboration thing that he's doing. What he can do, though, is keep engagement on the platform so high that it just kind of barely slows the platform's decay. And that's what he's doing. All content on Twitter now is controversial content. That is what gets boosted. Oh yeah, I already pushed it in chat, Sam. Have I seen that? No, I haven't. But yeah, it's just full uncritical support to Euphoria Tori, and I think it's important for us to never forget that there is a sizable portion of the left that just hates lefty content creators that aren't insane and bad, who will find any way to take us down. And you guys just got to be, keeping an eye out for that. They're literally not above anything, like they will falsify screenshots. They'll do anything. So this is a group to keep your eye on. That's all I'm saying. These people are insane. Go send support. And if they're sending death threats, which many of them are, then please consider reporting them. Maybe Twitter will do something about it. Maybe. How'd you guys like that segment? Good segment? Nice. Nice. I'm glad you like it. All right, really quickly, I'm going to go pee really fast, and then I'm going to get right back to segments, okay? I shall return. I've returned, and I have pissed. Oh, no, that wasn't the Serfs segment. That was a segment about Tori. The Lance segment is still to come, chat. That's still coming. I'm up, and I'm coming. All right. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, everybody. I cannot believe this happened, but I think I actually started a discourse. Like, I'm pretty sure I am the one who started the sort of, like, saga of discovery that we're about to unfold in a moment. So for those of you guys that don't know, I have covered Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire, the transphobic, glasses beard having fucker, many, many times, okay? I've covered him a lot, right? And one of the things that kept coming up from time to time when I would cover him was this weird, creepy plushie that he sells, particularly marketed for parents who watch the Daily Wire to give to their kids. It is called the Sweet Baby Gang plushie, because he calls his fans the Sweet Baby Gang, apparently. Yeah, so, I've always found the plushie quite creepy, and I've pointed it out numerous times, but it never really, like, the fact that he had this was never taking off. Like, people weren't pointing it out. People weren't really, like, noticing it for some reason. That is until a few days ago, when I was covering Matt Walsh. This is about a week ago now. I was covering Matt Walsh. Just a random video. I was covering Matt Walsh's, I don't actually remember what it was. And they are far right, wanted to genocide Jewish people or school. Yep, here it is. I'm pretty sure this is what started. Everyone, they're talking about the fucking plushie. This bit right here is where I think it started. Main target are the youngsters. In fact, we're going to be covering Matt Walsh's commentary on this. And in fact, you've got Matt Walsh's logo in the background. For those of you guys that don't know, I feel like I need to start bringing this up in every Matt Walsh segment. Because I feel like it just contributes to the overall creepo vibe that Matt Walsh kind of brings to the table. So Matt Walsh, you know how like Steven Crowder has the Mug Club? And his fans are the Mug Club, you know? Well, Matt Walsh's fans are the Sweet Baby Gang. That's what he calls them. And this is his merch. If you buy Matt Walsh merch, it is very likely this is what you'll be getting, if it's not the What is a Woman shirt. His fans are in the Sweet Baby Gang, and his logo is a picture of a baby with his head photoshopped on the baby. Yeah, pretty weird, huh? Especially for a guy who literally has built his entire platform and calling all LGBT people groomers and pedophiles. So, I brought that up, and I think it was a really good argument. I think it was a very good argument. And apparently other people did too, because following that video, following my talking about that, all of a sudden everybody started talking about the Sweet Baby Gang plushies. And I think it can kind of be traced back to this Jay Aubrey tweet. And the reason why I think it could have been, well, for one, Jay Aubrey tweeted this shortly after I said that on stream and posted that video. But also, this was the first really big tweet to be talking about it. And also Jay Aubrey follows me. So I think Jay Aubrey might have seen my video and then posted this and made the fact that Matt Walsh sells these plushies go viral. Yeah, Jay Aubrey's based. Jay Aubrey's left-leaning. Jay Aubrey is definitely left-leaning politically. One of the very few good, YouTube, documentary about creators and their rises and falls, kind of content creators. So yeah, Matt Walsh is a fucking creep, and I could not be more glad to see that my random, I wasn't even really thinking that was gonna do anything. I did not expect, and I'm almost certain I'm responsible for this getting as much attention as it has. I did not expect it to blow up that much from me, talking about it like that. I didn't expect there to be so many people that would get that into their, view and be like, holy shit, another thing that makes Matt Walsh look kind of like a fucking creep. Now they're going to be out of stock and valuable. These things are never going to be a valuable collector's item. I'm sorry, that's not happening. Maybe some extremely fanatical Matt Walsh fan out there in 40 years is going to be scouring the earth to get one of these, but yeah. Zan is the origin of all discourse. It's actually true. It's true. If there was a discourse you heard about, that was me. I did that. I did that discourse. That was me. That was all me. No, but in all seriousness, apparently Matt Walsh ended up having a statement on this. The only place I've actually seen Matt Walsh's statement on this was in Vosh's live appearance on the Drunken Peasants podcast recently, which ironically, you got Vosh on the Drunken Peasants podcast talking about it too. This shit just kind of blew up and everybody started talking about it after I brought attention to it. So I do think this is one of my bigger contributions to the discourse. Anyway, I think in this clip, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I think this is the video. Yeah, I was there live, but I think this is... Vosh went on the Drunken Peasants podcast the other day, and they were talking about it. The Drunken Peasants guys were talking about it, and they are not really a super political podcast from what I can tell. They're more of just a kind of fuck around and shoot the shit kind of podcast, but they get into politics, you know?
Is that no interest? I have no interest in owning a Matt Walsh plushie?
What's interesting is that people who want to put something like this on credit.
This is weird. It's pretty weird.
That guy's comment was funny as fuck. That guy's comment killed me the first time I was when I was watching this live. That guy's comment made me laugh so hard. Who the fuck would want to put something like this on credit? It's kind of a boomer joke, but it's pretty funny.
I want to get 3 of them, and I want to make them into a human centipede sort of thing.
This is explicitly marketed to children, so a good comparison would be, imagine the outrage if somebody like Dream or Markiplier or PewDiePie made a plushie of them as a baby in a diaper and then marketed that to children. Everyone would be like, wow, that's psycho. And Matt Walsh is a supposedly professional, serious, political pundit. It's so much worse.
Oh yeah.
Did Matt Walsh make this himself? This isn't a parody thing?
No, this is from the Daily Wire.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
It's in the URL. It's dailywire.com.
Yep, dailywire.com.
Wait until you guys try to hear Matt Walsh's half-assed excuse for why he not only owns this, sells this on his platform, and also has this as like his branding, the Sweet Baby Gang branding. When you hear his excuse, it is the most, yeah, all right, buddy, shit ever.
Explicitly for kids, because they unironically do want to groom your children. They literally, PragerU does this with their kid shows. No, that's not a joke.
Point.
They literally want their kids to be like, oh, it's your little Matt Walsh. And then when you're old enough at 7, that's Matt Walsh. See, he's a real person. Oh, go watch his video.
Can we get a Dylan Mulvaney one of these?
Oh, God, the thought of that. The thought of that, like, actually makes your blood run cold. Like, imagine being a kid who gets, like, raised, and, like, in their bed every night, in their fucking crib, is the Matt Walsh plushie, and then they turn, like, 7 or 8 years old, and their parents are like, hey, do you know Matt Walsh is actually real? Here, and they put Matt Walsh's videos on fucking, like, playlist, nonstop, like, looped playlist for the kid to watch. Bedtime Stories by Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh has put out a children's book. It's about, it's called Johnny the Walrus. It's about a kid who decides he identifies as a walrus, and his parents have to teach him that it's just play pretend, and, you know, there's no such thing as actually identifying as something you're not born as. You know, he made a children's book to make sure the kids aren't being propagandized to. That thing the right seems to be so worried about. Drunken peasants abuse allegations? What? What?
If Dylan Mulvaney did this, she would be hung in the street. Like,
right. I think we should do it.
I don't want her to be hung in the street. She's annoying,
look,
but not that
that's
bad.
What it takes. It's about time we bring back martyrs. Nobody's willing to die for their cause anymore.
And what happened to Jesus Christ? Huh? Oh, well, you want Jesus
and be done with it.
I can't even begin to tell you how much like it's an absolute projection. This groomer kind of shit. Matt Walsh selling like a little baby sex toy plushie thing. You got Turning Point USA, which is an explicitly groomer organization intended to try and get young.
Because some.
You know, let me see if I can get to the part where they play Matt Walsh's explanation. Here it is. Here it is. Okay, so here's Matt Walsh explaining the joke.
I'm gonna lose my mind, dude.
How does he sell this?
$5 fucking plushie.
Holy.
All right. I'm done gaslighting the SBG. Yes, this is a sweet baby plushie.
Get your hand off its ass,
he's been
man.
working behind me and. Smug silence for months now. At first, I thought this was a prank.
I like that. I like that this indicates that Matt Walsh knows exactly what he's doing. He knows that he's playing the exact perfect foil to the left that you can possibly, like the best foil to the left you could possibly play. The smugly wrong guy who refuses to engage with anybody who's capable of blowing them the fuck out, so that like their audience of dumb fucks they've roped into believing they have a single valid word to say is completely like disconnected from any like dissenting thought. He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows that being wrong, like very aggressively, confidently, and knowingly wrong and smug about it is like the most triggering thing to the left. And that's why he does what he does. It's why his whole personality is so effective. Because as I've said a million times, the core value of conservatism, their most prime of virtues, is cruelty towards minorities. Secondarily, cruelty to those on the left that don't fall into those minority groups that they hate. Cruelty. They love cruelty.
That the company was playing on me as they prodded with Matt, the stuffed walrus was such a success. You know, we have to make this next. But the joke didn't end there because it was not so much a joke as it was an attempt to offend God and offend all.
He's playing it
people.
down.
He tries to pretend like it's something he doesn't like. He's trying to pretend like he's creeped out and weirded out by it, and he doesn't like it. Meanwhile, Daily Wire is selling these $25 a piece. They're marketed at kids, at parents to give to their kids. He's always called his fans the Sweet Baby Gang. He's had a logo that is the Sweet Baby for longer than this. And he's had the fucking Sweet Baby Gang plushie in the background for a while. So it's like, He's not even... The Sweet Baby Gang is such a gross name. It's intentional. No. Matt Walsh's literal whole thing is clearly being everything he accuses the left of being, and then smugly being wrong about everything, and to trigger the lefties, and to trigger the trans people and the minorities and stuff like that. That's his gimmick. They're called Sweet Baby Gang because right-wingers are always pissing themselves over dumb nonsense. Yeah, they're always pissing and shitting themselves.
Of all decent people with... I can't even hold this thing and talk. I've been informed that as of today, you can get your own, very own stuffed Sweet Baby by purchasing yours from the Swag Shack at dailywire.com/shop. I never asked for this, but some of you have, and this is your fault.
Nobody asked for
God
this.
help us all.
Okay.
I'm done gaslighting.
He knows.
I'm out. I'm done.
He knows.
So somebody was just with him?
Jeff, come on.
But they're selling it for real. Again, if
this is like the equivalent of like going over to a friend's house and seeing that they have like a giant anime body pillow on their bed. And you're like, bro? And they're like, yeah, that's just a joke. Like my friend got that for me as like a prank. Like it's like a meme joke prank. And it's like, why is it in your bed though? Like what? But you've unironically got it in your bed, you know? Like that would basically be that's essentially what's happening here. That is basically what's happening here. You walk into your friend's house, you see his anime body pillow, and it's like, no, man, it was just a joke. It's just a meme, man. It's just a meme. It's like, yeah, why is it stained? Get your hand off its ass, man. I love that one I really need to watch more Drunken Peasants. It's a really funny podcast. It really, really is. Why? Why can the Sweet Baby Gang plushie stand up on its own? Why? No. Why can his plushie stand up on its own? Why? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for this. I'm responsible for this entire discourse. And I couldn't be happier. I couldn't be happier. How was that segment, guys? Did you enjoy? How do you enjoy that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. 14 out of 10. Whoa! Whoa! Let me set up the next segment, guys. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's time for video responses.
Happy
which
birthday
means...
to me.
No! Why would YouTube spoil it?
Happy birthday to me.
No! Stop spoiling it, YouTube. Let me rewind it. I love how I can pause a YouTube video, pull like the progress thing all the way back to the start, and YouTube's like, oh, that means you want to unpause it, right? Like you just want it to start immediately playing once you've rewinded it, right? That's what you want. Oh, Xander Hall, I have to remind you, we have a meeting at 3, we Gucci. I don't know how many more segments I can squeeze into stream before 3, Cherry. Is it a little flexible? Is it a little flexible? Or should I end stream? We have enough already? Okay. Yeah, I'll wrap up stream at 3 then. Okay. Yeah, I've got a cool, exciting meeting that you guys will find out more about in the future. But for now, it's just an exciting meeting that I got to be at 3, which is why I did a morning stream today, because I wanted to be able to just have stream done and all that. Okay. Since it is now time for a video reaction / response, it is also time to open up WoW Classic and start fishing. Because when I do video responses, that's when I start fishing. Because I like to farm gold in-game and in real life for maximum efficiency. I'm not addicted. You're addicted. I could quit WoW anytime I want. Resident Sleeper? Nah. You guys are gonna like the segments. It's just for the background while I do the segments. I'm just booting up the WoW. It takes a second. Look at that. Look at that. This is what WoW needs more of in retail. This right here. You see this? What happened to WoW? What happened to retail, dude? Blizzard used to be a real company. Okay. Omnibar. I don't know what the fuck that is. I added more fucking add-ons. There we go. Nice. Now I got my coordinates on the top of the screen, so I know where I actually am in game. That's dope. Okay. Nice. Okay, let me get the segment set up. Is joining WoW worth it? Yes, you should totally join my WoW guild. You should absolutely 100% join my WoW guild. Keffels is also leveling. She's currently... Actually, we can check. There we go. Keffels is currently offline, but in the Barrens, and a level 10 Shaman. So we got Keffels, we got Serfs, who's also playing a Shaman, and is Enduratar. Balth is here. I'm going to try to bring in more people that are like content creators, but right now, we've got 85 members at the moment, 11 are online right now, and yeah, we're grinding. Can I send you a hat to wear on stream for when you're fishing? I own a woman want me fish fear me hat. As much as I would love that, I'm not much of a hat guy, honestly. Trying to not have to pull my Razor Naga out. Was watching videos on warrior macros. Every warrior spell is a macro. I'm not excited to have to deal with setting up my macros as I get higher level, but it's gonna have to happen. Oh boy. Oh. Also, I'm gonna mute in-game volume so you guys don't have to hear the sound of the fish splashing or anything. When I'm yeah, there shouldn't be any game audio. Good. Nice. Okay. In that case, we should be ready to go. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, everybody. I was absolutely blown away when I saw the title of this video. I don't know what to expect. I don't know what she's gonna say, but Candace Owens is back. And she's come out with a video with a pretty brazen title, I must say. And I'm guessing there's some hidden meaning to this title. It's actually not racist, and the joke is, haha, made you think I was racist, but I don't know what the joke's supposed to be there. The title is Black America Owes Me an Apology. Smirking emoji. Like the smug smirking emoji where it's like, you know, that emoji? The DreamWorks smile emoji? So I don't really know what to expect from this, but apparently Candace Owens thinks that Black America owes her an apology. Okay, what the fuck are we about to hear? I hope this is like trolling. Actually, I hope it's not. I hope she just goes fully mask off here. That'd be really funny.
Happy birthday to me. Not really my birthday, but it feels like a birthday. I feel like I should be receiving presents and that somebody should be baking me a cake because of this little update on Black Lives Matter. My friends, guess what? They are headed for insolvency after plunging $8.5 million into the red. Wow, what? How didn't they collect $90 million following the George Floyd?
So I assume this is the Black Lives Matter organization. So is Candace Owens saying that the Black Lives Matter organization is Black America? What? How mask off racist has Candace Owens gotten? Is she just like full on? Like, is she just full on like pro white supremacy, like blatantly mask off on her show now? Like, how open is she about it? Why does she look like a bumblebee? Like, that yellow fucking blazer is not a good look. Yeah, no, I don't... What? She has the Hitler clip where she goes mask off. That is true. She did say that Hitler went wrong as soon as he started going outside Germany. That's when he went wrong. She literally said that. So yeah, you're not wrong. She did go mask off a while ago. She really thinks she's white. I think you might actually be right. No. Like, Candace Owens is one of the most blatant and, like, proven grifters out there. She knows exactly what she's doing. She believes nothing she's saying. She is just following the money. The evidence has been very stark for this. You can actually Google Candace Owens grifter. And I mean, maybe I could bring it up, but, like, I've done multiple segments. There's, like, a live updated thread on a particular, like, news website that keeps up to date with all of the info about Candace Owens that, like, shows she's a grifter. For those that don't know, Candace Owens', like, first rise to fame online was when she started a website called Social Autopsy, which was a doxing website for doxing quote-unquote cyberbullies. Like, if someone was racist to you online, you would go on Media Autopsy and you would, like, post their docs. And obviously she got a ton of shit for that from the right. And shortly after that, she started pushing for, like, right-wing politics because she realized, oh, okay, so this is where the money is.
Who was it that was saying that it was a scam? I don't remember. Who was the girl that was saying that BLM was definitely a scam?
Okay. BLM is not an organization. BLM is a movement with an organization named after said movement. I got Cotton Zan's chain block. How do I get unblocked? You don't. Should have thought before you twat. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, this is just another instance of blatant racism, but Black Lives Matter is a movement, not an organization. So when you say Black Lives Matter is this, you need to clarify if you mean the organization or the movement. Because if you mean the movement, you mean a large amount of, like, pro-civil rights activists in America. But if you just mean the organization, then you're talking about a pretty small organization of people comparatively.
I don't support the Black Lives Matter movement whatsoever because the Black Lives Matter movement does not support me. I think that a better title for that movement would be Black Deaths Matter. They seem to protest, they seem to rage, and they seem to ruin, and they seem to support.
All right, I'll hear you out, Stoops. When did you get banned? When did I block you? What tweet did you like or post that you think got you blocked? Because I just run a straight-up blockchain, and everyone who likes a tweet that's, like, blatantly wrong and stupid and maliciously spreading misinfo about me, or if it's, like, trying to play down stuff that's, like, in service of people doing that. It's like people saying shit like, oh, why are you talking about this needless drama with Lance? And it's like, oh, okay, you're getting blocked. Xander Hall, let's make a company called Alt-Right Inc. and then run the company into the ground and pretend it's representative of the entire alt-right. That's basically what she's done here. Like, it's like, ah, yes. Black Lives Matter, the organization that was made up of people that are, I mean, supposedly representative of the ideas that I mean, Black Lives Matter is such a broad, generalized, like, movement of people that, like, you can't generalize the people that are in it, you know? Like, there's so many different types of people who support BLM, like, conceptually. Like, there are a ton of black conservatives who are, like, on board with everything Candace Owens says on every other issue, but if they heard what she has to say about BLM, they wouldn't really be on board. Like, the concept and ideas that BLM stands for as a movement are very ubiquitous in American society at this point. Like, people don't disagree with what the movement stands for. People disagree with what the right has said the movement stands for.
Violence when a black person dies. What about when a black person lives? There are tons of black people that are trying to better themselves in their community. There are tons of...
What? Wait. She unironically said the media is so focused on when a black person dies, but what about when a black person lives? So what she's doing here is trying to say the media is racist because it only focuses on making it look like black people are in a bad position in society. But what she's actually doing is trying to say that media organizations cover racial inequality too much and they need to stop. Because look at how successful some black people can be despite the odds. And despite the cultural and institutional and fucking systemic barriers, right? It's survivorship bias, but obviously she knows what she's doing. She's pushing it to an audience of white people.
Black people that are disadvantaged by the homes that they are born into and just not having money. These groups do not fund them. They will pay for somebody's funeral, but they will not pay for somebody's college education.
You say Black Lives Matter is what?
Is a political arm for the Democratic Party.
That has been co-opted.
Correct.
Patrisse Cullors continues to lie. Black Lives Matter continues to lie. $90 million, of which $21 million apparently went to,
Tucker.
according to Black Lives Matter themselves, it went to building the black movement. Like, I don't even know what that means. $25 million going to building a black movement. Apparently.
How much do you want to bet at least some of that $25 million went to exactly what Candace Owens was saying the BLM organization doesn't do? I don't really know much about the organization of BLM, though I will say I've seen some stuff that makes me inclined to think a little cringe, maybe a little cringe. But when the right goes after that organization, it is for no other reason than racism.
The black movement was Patrisse moving herself, a black woman moving herself into other areas of the communities of people that she claims are oppressing black Americans. She's fearful of white people. White people are so bad. Well, why doesn't she want to live amongst black people? Oh my God, it was me. It was actually me. I was saying that for years. And I got called an Uncle Tom. I got called a coon. I got called all sorts of things. I got called a bedwench. I got called someone that was tap dancing for the white man. And I think what they were really looking for was the...
Hey, you know what's crazy? All the people that called Candace Owens these things were probably the same woke scold types that we were responding to earlier. Like, the types of people who say that are the types of people, like, every time you engage in this type of behavior, you degrade the appearance of everybody who's on the opposing side of the person you're criticizing. Even if it's just you who's trying to go, like, play dirty and sending death threats or some shit, you make everybody who agrees with you look bad. Because then they can frame everybody who disagrees with them as sending death threats and deranged or yada, 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 yada. Nah, Xanderhall, I called her that too, and so did my normie grandpa. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think it makes critique of her look good. Because she loves pulling the race card. And she'll pull the race card on other black people. So you can't just say, well, I'm black so I can do it, because she'll just say, oh, well, you think I'm a race traitor because I have, my own ideas.
Phrase that Candace is more intelligent than me and wasn't going to fall for another race hustle. Because that's what Black Lives Matter always was, right? And people that are emotional and are uneducated respond to that, right? They respond to someone.
I love the idea of Candace Owens, a conservative pundit who is like a very proven liar and grifter, saying that left-wingers and Democrats tend to be uneducated. Meanwhile, these people are trying to destroy colleges, like the concept of college, they're opposed to it. All forms of higher education and science, they're opposed to it. I mean, statistically and arguably, people who vote Democrat have a higher, education and, test higher on IQ tests. Just, every form of, ways you can try to approximate how intelligent somebody is, Democrats tend to be more intelligent. Obviously, we don't have a perfect way of measuring it, but, we have ways of approximating it. And, yeah, Democrats do tend to test more intelligently than Republicans. They tend to be more educated. They tend to care more about the truth, which shouldn't really surprise you. Yeah, they're the ones that are always saying college needs to be abolished.
I'm saying, the Klansmen are coming back if you don't vote for me. And then they run in the streets and they say, we got to protest Trump because this person tells me the Klansman is coming. But they don't even stop to think. This is what BLM.
Candace, I don't know if you know this, but far-right neo-Nazis carrying Confederate flags invaded the capital of this country a couple years ago in the name of Donald Trump, the populist Republican president that you shill for and the Daily Wire shills for. Or maybe you're shilling for DeSantis now. I actually don't know which side the Daily Wire is on. But you were shilling for Trump for years and years and years. You had Trump's dick as far down your throat as it could go. So, yeah, there were literally Klan flyers being put in my friend's mailbox in their hometown, my state. This country has sundown towns, okay? Candace Owens herself knows there are towns in this country that she would not be able to go outside after dark in and be safe. She knows places like that exist, okay? She knows. She is well aware of this fact, okay? She's fully aware of that fact, and that knowledge is in her brain as she says every word that she is spewing at the camera, okay? Content idea, taking Candace Owens to sundown towns. You know what would be an even better content idea? What if, never mind. I was gonna say... What if we do a video like what Gideon did, but we go to, a legit fucking sundown town strapped and with GoPros, recording everything. I think that would be a good video. I don't think it would be allowed on YouTube, though.
Did. They wanted the ultimate hustle, right? They said, okay, we got Trump in office. We've got the media telling everybody that he's aligned with David Duke and that he's literally Adolf Hitler. So now we're going to get the lowest denominator, which we believe to be Black Americans, the dumbest people, the least educated people, which, by the way, factually speaking, when you take...
Strapped? What does strapped mean? I'll show you what strapped means. I will demonstrate to you what strapped means. This right here is what I mean by strapped, brother. Such a fun gun, holy shit. Mosin supremacy. Candace Owens is a white supremacist? Well, I'm a Mosin supremacist.
Take a look at the literacy rates in America. Yeah, it's a bit of a problem. We're going to get those people, expect them to respond emotionally and follow us into the streets. And they can grab some handbags. What they'll get back is a few handbags, and then business owners will move out of their neighborhoods, and they'll be impoverished after they sell those handbags. But we're going to give them some fun. And Black people just did it. I mean, it was just so dumb. It was embarrassing. It was foolish. I didn't care, not a single minute. when I was called a name, because when you're right, you're right, okay? When you are right, you are right, and it pays to just wait and let time settle the dust, and boy, has time done just that. Financial disclosures obtained.
I will say, the right is very good at triggering lefties with their wrong smugness. Like, they just play like a smug character. I think that's basically become the Daily Wire. I think the Daily Wire probably has, like, trainings on how best to engage in rhetoric. Like, be as smug as possible when pushing the propaganda. It goads lefties into vitriolic responses. And it can create more material to work with. I imagine they literally have trainings in the Daily Wire offices about that, like how best to engage in rhetoric.
By the Washington Free Beacon show the perilous state of BLM Global Networks Foundation, which officially emerged in 2020 as a more formal way of structuring the civil rights movement. The civil rights movement. Scam. Yet.
Yeah, I know you think, well, you don't think civil rights is a scam, obviously. Your audience does, though.
Despite the financial controversy and scrutiny, BLM continued to hire relatives of the founder, Patrisse Cullors, and several board members. Cullors' brother, Paul Cullors, set up 2 companies, which were paid $1.6 million, providing professional security services.
So, like, she's not being ironic in the title. Her title is just unironically, Black America owes me an apology. She's unironically saying that Black Americans owe her an apology. How do you I don't think black people need to apologize to Candace Owens because Candace Owens is racist. Oh my god, she really is, like, she's reached pick-me levels that are, like, just beyond, like, she's broken the scale. She's broken the scale.
Basically, Patrisse Cullors hired all her family, all her friends. She dispersed all of the money to them, and now they're going to leave BLM.
Yeah, no, Candace Owens needs to apologize to black people.
Where it is, dead in the water, because it
Just
was
all
never
black
about
people.
anything other than hustling white people that feel guilty for being white. They're idiots. And black people that are stupid and are so invested in their race that they suspend logical thinking. Also, idiots. And I don't.
It's literally, like, could you just imagine a white person saying this? Daily Wire is just fucking busting the fattest nuts right now over the fact that they've got a black woman who can just say the most racist shit and get away with it because of her race and play the race card in defense. You just know that they are so fucking happy. I wouldn't be surprised if Candace Owens is one of the highest paid people at the Daily Wire. I wouldn't be surprised if Candace Owens is actually paid more than Ben Shapiro. Because she is that valuable. I don't think you guys realize how valuable of an asset a black conservative is to right-wing rhetoric. I'm going to get called racist for this by mostly black conservatives, but I don't really care, because it's completely true. But when I was a chuddy little guy, a chuddy little teenage fuckhead, I loved having my racist biases validated by black conservatives. Oh my god. Being a guy and having, like, supposed feminists or just any woman validate my misogynistic biases, it felt great to be, like, a white guy who feels oppressed for his race, watching chud videos where it's a black person saying, yeah, I'm black and even I agree. You are oppressed for your race. White people are oppressed. At the end of the day, the chuds that are getting radicalized, they want to be oppressed. They are looking for content that tells them they are oppressed, and they are fighting a uphill battle against an oppressor. That is why they say the woke mind virus, the woke agenda. They pretend like they're the silent majority, but at the same time, they acknowledge that this is, like, taken over everybody's mind, and the majority of people have fallen to the woke mind virus. It's constantly contradictory. But I mean, it's just very common. A lot of chuds literally just want somebody who is part of the groups that they have bigoted biases towards to validate those bigoted biases. And people who will do that are extremely valuable assets to right-wing rhetoric.
I feel bad for either of these people. So if you donated to Black Lives Matter because you were feeling white and guilty, or you're feeling black and stupid, I just don't care. You got what you deserve.
You know what the title of this, you know what the thumbnail of the video is going to be? It's just going to be Candace Owens looking angry with a speech bubble, and the speech bubble is just going to say stupid black people. Because that's literally what she's just saying black people in America are stupid, and that's why they care about civil rights. That's what she's saying to her audience. That's the message she's giving to her audience. She just hates black people? No, she doesn't hate black people. She's a grifter. She's making content for people that hate black people and want a black person to say, yeah, even I hate black people.
So go on, Patrice, with your big bad self. Enjoy those millionaire houses. Invite me over. Invite me over, Patrice. Let's hang out. Okay, speaking of BLM and individuals that are low IQ, who, of course, end up being the most racist individuals in society and also the most violent individuals in society.
See, she always loves playing the race card and acting like she's the victim of racism. Like every time you criticize her for like anything that is racist, right? So you gotta make sure you're criticizing for what she says and what she believes. You gotta avoid any racialized like insults or comments or jabs.
Because when you don't have any intellect, it's very easy to impart your emotions at all times, and your emotions will spiral, and you become physically violent because you don't know how to communicate, you don't know how to rationalize. Well, that was my verdict instantly regarding the...
No, Candace Owens does not believe any of this. I can prove it. I can literally prove that she doesn't believe any of this, and I will as soon as the segment is done.
Adjunct professor at Hunter College yesterday, we showed you, who went up to a pro-life group that was simply passing out brochures to state why they were pro-life, and she freaked out, accused them of violence because they didn't agree with her, and then she threw their brochures and attempted to flip the table in this horrific act of violence. And Hunter College was investigating it, and I declared...
Unironically based. The people that were there with the pamphlets were anti-freedom to have an abortion. I don't care. Yeah, like the idea of like, I do think that like doing that kind of thing makes you look cringe, but I don't actually care. Like, I don't think they did anything wrong. I think they did something that's optically wrong. Like the idea that you have to just like morally that you should like turn the other cheek to people that are advocating for you to lose rights. Bullshit. Bullshit. Rights are not granted to you by God. They're granted to you by the state. Because if the state wanted to, they could just kill you, enslave you, do whatever the fuck they want to you, because they hold the power. Power is violence. It is the threat of violence constantly looming over you. That is where the state gets its power. And yeah, like it's just, yeah. If there are people that want to take power of the state to take your rights away, then I don't think morally you have to turn the other cheek to that. That's bullshit to me. Bring up the Nazi clip where she uses her identity as a black woman to not be a Nazi sympathizer. Yeah, she loves saying, I can't be a Nazi because I'm black, but I'm instead going to bring something up that's a bit more compelling. It shows that she's very blatantly a grifter.
This is a violent woman. Well, if I had just held on for a few minutes, I would have found that she then was pursued by a New York Post reporter and a cameraman at her house, and she put a machete to the reporter's neck. The footage is unbelievable. Take a listen.
Away from my door. Get the away from my door.
Let's get out of here. You can't do that.
Fucking based! Those were New York Post reporters. That is fucking based. Holy shit. Yeah, for those of you guys that don't know, the New York Post is like a really scummy tabloid like magazine. They have paparazzi that like chase and harass people that they want to get stories on. They do a lot of stories where they dox sex workers that have like other jobs and get them fired. Like, for example, they famously doxed a OnlyFans woman who was also a paramedic and got her fired from her job as a paramedic. They do a lot of shit like that. It's very much a tabloid, like right-leaning outlet, and they came to her property and were bothering her, and so she came out with a fucking machete when they wouldn't leave and said, "Go the fuck away," and held a machete to his neck because he wouldn't leave. If someone comes to your house to fucking bother you and they won't leave, morally, I think it's okay to bring out the machete. Yeah. Yeah. That reporter was just lucky she wasn't Latina. She would have used it. Xander Hall, I was going to do OnlyFans content with a paramedic, but she doesn't want to do it now because of what the New York Post did. Exactly. Yeah, it's scary. Sex workers are heavily maligned and treated like shit by our society, and a lot of people are just totally okay with it.
I mean, it is so shocking. You can't even imagine this taking place anywhere. But I don't know, in a country that is being overtaken by ISIS and they're about to conduct a beheading. That's what she looks like. She looks like an ISIS soldier, which, by the way, many...
Oh my God. It's like she knows she's absorbed so much of Tucker Carlson's audience that she's just like hitting every point that'll resonate with them. All the racist white boomers.
People, the most radical BLM soldiers, were ISIS soldiers, right? They were willing to go this far. So you kind of begin to peel back this onion and you realize, wait, what the hell is happening? She then followed them outside onto the street with this machete and chased them running. Take a look.
Based.
So what you have at first is these two men. They look like they're maybe going to their car, and she's behind them, and she has her hood up, and she has her machete, and she's pursuing the guy particularly that...
You probably shouldn't chase them out, though, to be fair. I wouldn't do this. I would probably just end it at, like, okay, leave my door. Like, get off my property. I think now we're entering the illegal territory, and probably immoral. I think once now they're running, I think it's probably best not to chase them when they're running. They didn't steal anything. They didn't, like, hurt you. They're just running now. But obviously, like, Candace Owens is just going to find any instance of, like, a bad thing happening that someone who is, like, even loosely aligned with left-wing ideals has done, and use it as a way of, like, condemning all progressive values. Anti-racism is bad because a black woman chased a reporter for a tabloid website with a machete. Also, like, I'm sorry, but Candace Owens has defended the straight-up murder of several black people on her show. She's only upset that it's a white guy being chased with a machete.
Has the camera, right? Because she thinks he's taking photos, not realizing that there's a dashboard camera that's catching all of this. She is chasing him on foot. And then his partner, who I'm assuming is the actual reporter, then chases her away. I mean, this is just unbelievable footage. They're running around the car. She is a machete-wielding maniac, but also an adjunct professor at Hunter College who also taught at NYU. This is terrifying stuff. And this is not something to mock. Obviously, this woman should be arrested. And then Hunter College finally said, oh, now we're going to release her. So she's since been fired. But why did it take her wielding a machete to be fired, right? She should have been fired immediately after she violently attacked those kids who simply had brochures. How did she even make it into the hallways of Hunter College or NYU? Oh, I know. It was another DEI initiative where you have
all right, I'll let her talk.
A bunch of criminals that are flying under the radar of diversity, equity, and inclusion, because what you are including are people that are insane, that are uneducated.
She thinks the colleges are doing, like, affirmative action to let criminals into teaching positions at colleges. What? I don't even have to say anything. She just goes on racist rants. If I just put a color filter over her that made her white, it would just be like a Nazi speech. And it would require no response from me. But the fact that she's a black woman, like, necessitates that I explain why this is still racist, I guess. But, like, seriously, imagine this coming from the mouth of a white person. This is just blatantly anti-black. She's just trying to stoke up generalized hatred from an anti-black racist audience against all black people based on the actions of one person. The comparisons to like an ISIS terrorist with the machete thing, like that is very blatant. It is very blatant.
That are low IQ, okay, and that are going to demand that you let them into those spaces to teach what? Militancy. That is exactly what she was there to teach, okay?
Yeah, she's literally doing the Family Guy joke where Lois runs for president or whatever and goes on stage and just says, 9/11 is bad. And everyone, like, goes apeshit clapping.
Calling herself a professor of the arts. No, she's a complete and utter whack job that should be in prison. Want to know another fun fact about this woman? Shalene Rodriguez, that's her name, by the way, is also suing the NYPD, claiming officers abused her when she was arrested in the Bronx during a protest over the murder of George Floyd in June of 2020. Again, I did not have this information yesterday, and none of it surprises me. I made exactly the right prognostications about her, that she's a whack job type BLM protester who is exceedingly violent. And despite her violence, despite having an arrest record with the NYPD, despite the fact that they knew that this individual was a problem and they arrested her, they apprehended this person, she still was allowed to teach in the halls at NYU and Hunter College. She is not the only person that should be fired from Hunter College.
Yeah, she is a baddie. You're not wrong, Ellen DeGenerate. Now, to be clear, I do think that if someone is like very clearly at risk of committing violence, they probably shouldn't be working in a teaching setting. But the idea that like, I don't know what criminal record she had, and Candace is being seemingly blatantly vague about it, but if she'd been like, say for example, arrested for trespassing at like 17 while out like just fucking around with friends or something, I don't think that should bar her from being able to have a teaching position. Like, I don't think that committing a crime at some point in your life should like bar you permanent, besides very specific examples, should bar you from being able to have like a fulfilling career, assuming you know, are a safe person to be around, right? She was charged with stealing my heart reel. But like, in all seriousness, like, obviously you don't want like a pedophile, like a convicted child molester to be working at a school. That's a pretty clear example of like an exception to what I'm talking about. But I don't think that like if somebody, like let's say for example, somebody robbed a bank. Straight up robbed a bank. They were a professional bank robber. Got arrested, served 20 years in prison, and now they're free. And they've rehabilitated. They're a different person now than they were when they went in. Does that person deserve to have that crime like held against them morally? Okay, well you guys, okay, sorry, I should have thought of something less based. Fuck, okay, sorry, God. I thought of like the only thing that I could have said that you guys would have been like, oh shit, based. Okay. Imagine they raided a fucking orphanage and robbed an orphanage, okay? And that's where they got their money from. And they got arrested, served 20 years, different person now. They deserve to morally have that held over their head for the rest of their life? If they're a different person now? Because I don't think so. I'm in favor of rehabilitation. You know, I'm in favor of rehabilitation. And I do think that morally condemning someone for life based on actions they committed in the past is just not a good look. I just don't think it's a good look, personally.
College. The entire ecosystem that ever allowed her into a position to harm children should be fired, right? Whatever it is, it's going to be some DEI office that's looking for unique and artsy individuals with the history of being violent and protesting and standing up for their rights. They should all be fired. They should all be dismissed. And this goes back to something that is wonderful about Ron DeSantis, that he has done this in the state of Florida, that he has said no to adjunct professors like Shalene Rodriguez, who have no place anywhere but in a prison. If you like this video, you will like the full episode even better.
Yeah. I mean, she's a fascist. She wants anybody that, like, dissents politically in like, prison, but if she can justify it with somebody having committed a crime, then, yeah, she'll do that instead. Well, that was probably one of the most racist rants I've heard in my life, unironically. like, obviously I've heard more racist rants from movies and stuff, but, and on Twitter, but, like, in terms of, like, seeing a video of someone on a racist rant, that was unironically one of the most racist rants I've heard. Go to Stormfront News for the full episode. That's a good meme. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Thoughts, chat? Reenactment? Oh shit, I was gonna go over why Candace Owens is a grifter. Fuck, I forgot to. Curse my flawed brain. Thanks for bringing me all the worst news, Zan, I guess. Love your content anyway. Well, we're gonna be responding to Lance next, so you guys can get excited for that, okay? Who's ready for the fucking Lance response? Let me catch one more fish. Oh my god, I got a big dono. I gotta read donos first, too. Hot damn. All right. CO Vixen Speaks. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based of you. I just got done with therapy, and I thought you'd find it funny that my therapist... my therapist that's pretty young is a Hassan fan, and I introduced her to pedocon theory today while complaining. Does she concur? I feel like as a therapist and psychological professional, she'd concur. Like, yeah, you know what? I have treated a lot of pedophiles that happen to be conservative. Wild. That'd be really funny. She agrees 100%, Zan. Get the therapist to become a Xanderholic. Would it become like an issue if she then became my therapist? Also, is she hot? Also, I'm assuming she's a she. Am I assuming she's a she? Oh yeah, no, I'm not. No. She's hot? I mean, clearly, she is a lefty after all. Thank you so much for the $5. I do appreciate it. Franums, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. Hot damn, thank you, thank you. That is $100 dinos right there. Oh no, that's $50 dinos. Sorry, my math is bad. I'm stoned and I'm tired, okay? Thank you, I really appreciate it. That is, yeah, it's $50 dinos right there. Hot damn. Thank you, gifted to Hank DeHenk, Majora's Casket, Silver Falls fan, Toby Whiskers, Pope Alexander IV, Snepian, Davy, Bookworm AF, Citizen Godfather, and Zoc. Thank you. I really do. I appreciate the gifted subs, and I'm sure they do as well. Thank you, thank you. I'm going to update the dono goal really fast. You guys have been really supportive today. I really appreciate it. A lot of support coming in. Oh my god, in the distance, thank you for the Prime sub over on Twitch. That's a 12-month Prime sub. Hot damn. 1 whole year. Thank you. Talk about loyal. Oh, there we go. I had to burp. I drank a whole monster before stream. I brought that up to my therapist too, and she agreed. Have you guys just been talking about pedocon theory to your therapist and asking them if they think it's valid and they're all agreeing? That's awesome. That's actually hilarious. Let me check and see if Twitter has anything interesting happening. All right. There we go, guys. Xander Hall's vile pedo accusation against Lance of the Serfs goes way too far, and he doubles down. What a fucking idiot, dude. What an absolute fucking idiot, dude. Dude, so this is effectively him tripling down on his defense of Illuminati, by the way. You know that, right? Because I criticized him for defending Illuminati, and this is him once again attacking me for my original criticism of his defense of Illuminati, the abuser. We're going to do a bit of a catch-up before we get into it. Don't you guys worry. Let me just get everything set up very quickly.
So after the complete...
All right. Whew. Let's get this all prepped up. All right. Let me make sure this is nice and organized. All right, y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. It's finally happened. Lance's bad faith attempts to defend his defense of an abuser. That kind of rolls off the tongue weird. Lance's bad faith attempts to defend his defense of an abuser have now rolled on to the extent that he is in bad faith, claiming, well, I'll just read the title of his new video on me, because he's perpetuating this drama that's been pretty much dead for a week now. Xander Hall's vile pedo accusation against Lance. I did not accuse Lance of being a pedophile. Of the Serfs goes way too far, and he doubles down. I like how clickbaity his titles are. He kind of goes... He's kind of putting a little bit too much work in, though, I will say. Now, to be clear, if you're watching this, and you are a Lance fan, or even if you're one of my fans who has been deliberately avoiding my videos on this stuff because you think that it's just sort of petty drama, I thank you. I thank you. I thank you so much for watching this far in. And I ask that you stay around long enough to find out why this is a serious issue and it's not petty drama. Because one of the most common responses I have been getting time and time again to all of this is that this is just petty infighting. The left needs to learn how to stop fighting with each other, and it's self-destructive, yada, 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 yada. This playing down of what Lance did. Guys, I want you to imagine for a second, for those of you guys that don't know what Illuminati did, you're about to find out when we watch this video, but for those of you guys who do, I want you to imagine the things Illuminati did, she did to women, and she was a man. Imagine that. It's a man, like a cis man, doing that abuse to cis women. And imagine Lance defended that male Illuminati in this scenario. There would not be anybody saying that I am acting unfairly by calling out Lance. No one on the left would be doing that. She would be far more destroyed now than she already is. So, I think it's very clear that there is a bias in a lot of progressives that see this as not a big deal. She was a woman. Like, either maybe just subconsciously, they think, oh, she was a woman. How much abuse could she have really instilled? Plus, she's progressive. How much abuse could she have really done? And a lot of people just kind of avoid learning about what actually happened. And so there is going to be a code word on this video. We're going to be engaging in a massive purge. There's going to be a code word in this video. I'm not saying where it's going to be. And if you comment something that disagrees with the video in the comments of this video, and it does not contain the code word at the end, I will just ban you permanently from the channel without a second thought, because I'll know you saw that it was me criticizing Lance, and you went to the comments to immediately comment about how this is stupid and I shouldn't be talking about it. I consider that abuse apologia, even if it's just based out of lefties being desperately wanting to be in sort of a blissful ignorance about a figure they like. So yeah, I do think that abuse apologia deserves a ban. What's the code word? Oh, it's going to be later on. You have to actually hear my arguments before you can find it out. So, let's get into this. Basically, 2 content creators, as well as a few others, but these were the 2 that were like the front and foremost of all of this, named The Click and the Wonderstruck, were people who worked with, content creators that worked alongside Blair. Illuminati. Big YouTuber, massive YouTuber, over 1 million subs, I think millions of subs, like really big YouTuber, really rich. She's literally investing in like real estate and stuff. She's a landlord, but she's also a lefty, and she's also friends with the Serfs and is on a podcast along with the Serfs. Basically, what ends up happening is Blair offers Wonderstruck a place to live with her. And she offers to, in exchange for him working for her, to produce, like, she would provide everything they need to live, right? In exchange for work. The problem with that is the living situation quickly ended up being extremely abusive. Facts that both Wonder and Click were able to substantiate with evidence and receipts, and Illuminati has not been able to do so. And on top of that, after leaving the situation and finally getting away, the victims of her abuse, she continued to slander. Without any evidence, she put out a video to slander them as malicious liars, and actually claims that they are pedophiles, or pedophile enablers, one of them, and abuse and racist themselves. She just levies a bunch of really bad accusations at them. Lance then puts out a video that he titles, and I quote, "Illuminati destroys the malicious lies from former Sad Milk team members," in parentheses, "her receipts are insane." So ironically, maybe he's trying to troll me by making this title in the same format as the video where he defended Illuminati. So I end up criticizing him for this. You see, me and Lance have kind of had a tenuous relationship for a while. It's always been very clear that he doesn't like me. He's made his dislike of me very open and vocal in the past several times. And people would ask me, like, what's my thoughts on Lance? Like, why do I kind of cringe whenever people bring up Lance? And it's like, oh, well, Lance hates me. And his reasons for it are stupid. He has given 2 reasons for why he dislikes me, from my understanding. The first reason was because of a different Blair. You see, one day this was like years ago, I was responding to a Crazy Turf video, and this Crazy Turf brought up Blair White, but kept referring to her as Tim. But she was talking about Blair White positively. So I was confused. Like, wait a second. What is this Turf misgendering Blair? Wait, is this Turf dead naming Blair White, but not misgendering, but also talking positively about her? What is happening right now? Is that even Blair White's dead name? Is it Blair White's dead name? And I opened up a tab on my other monitor where you guys can't see, and I Googled Blair White Tim. And I pressed enter. Is that her dead name? I don't know what her dead name is, because I didn't Google Blair White's dead name as Lance claimed I did. I Googled Blair White Tim, and what came up very quickly was what Tim actually means. Tim is an acronym for TERFs. We are still doing this shit? So here we have a good example of exactly what I'm talking about, by the way. We are talking about a woman who has perpetuated abuse and a man who has defended said abuser, and the response from lefties is, we are still talking about this shit? We're still doing this shit? Abuse doesn't matter when it's a woman who did it. That's an insta-ban. See, these people are not even willing to educate themselves. That guy just came in the chat, saw that I was talking about Lance, and immediately started talking his shit. Just immediately started playing defense. Started, like, you guys see what I've been dealing with, right? Like, I'm actively explaining the abuse that Lance has made excuses for. It's on the screen, Lance accusing me of calling him a pedophile, which I did not do. And still you've got people in chat who are implying or outright saying that my defense, me defending myself against Lance's now, like, trying to redirect at me for the shit he engaged in. Oh my god. Oh my god. The left has a problem. The left has a serious fucking problem. Anyway. Illuminati follows that up by proceeding to falsely malign her victims as one of them as a pedophile enabler and the other as a racist. It turns out what actually happened, and, of course, Wonder and Click were both able to prove this, is that Click was asleep. He has a Discord server of, like, tens of thousands of people, and he was asleep, and some dude in his Discord was, like, talking sexually to a minor, and that person got banned. But Illuminati tried to frame that as he created an environment where minors could be groomed. So, like, what? Very bizarre. And then we move even further on. Lance makes his video where he defends the abuse. He follows it up with, like, yes, I'm going to call... He calls out me. He calls out my call out on him. People kept asking me, why do you not like Lance? I kept getting questions, why do you not like Lance? What's your problem with Lance? And I was like, okay. Lance is kind of cringe, but that on its own isn't enough. Lance has also shit-talked me a few times, which is pretty cringe, but that on its own isn't enough for me to call him out because it's just kind of offhanded comments. However, I think we've gotten to the point where I can make a video talking about why I don't like him. And in that video, I talk about the fact that he had made a video defending an abuser, someone who had been proven to be an abuser at this point. But he doesn't acknowledge that, actually. Like, I ended up watching his video, and he doesn't really acknowledge it. Not only that, but an hour before his video response to me criticizing his video, where he defends an abuser, he took down his video defending the abuser. He took it down an hour before responding to me and then never acknowledged it. But the funny thing is, things might have changed today, but at least I know yesterday, the video's still up on his other platforms. He's only taken it down off YouTube. YouTube's the only place where he's taken it down. I think we're having Lance fans raid YouTube chat right now because we're getting a lot of people in chat that are now calling me a pedo. So I imagine I guess Lance made this video claiming that I called him a pedo, so now Lance fans are coming to my channel to call me a pedo? Wow. What an insane turn of events. I didn't call him a pedo. He claimed I did, and now his fans are actually calling me a pedo. So yeah, obviously we're rolling out indiscriminate bans for anybody who does Lance defense. But yeah, anyway, so basically, Lance straight up just fucking made his video kind of rolling the accusations that away. Like, he just sort of acknowledges only his debate performance that I criticized as, like, sort of like a let's have fun for the last bit of the segment portion. He basically rolls away from the entire thing. So, considering that this is somebody who has straight up defended an abuser, and then, even when all the evidence was out, and only cut ties once, like, it was literally just impossible not to. Like, he had to at that point. Like, Illuminati is hemorrhaging shit tons of subs. It's over for her. Her career's done. He had to cut ties. but he literally held on for as long as possible and then doubled down on his defense by attacking me for criticizing his defense of her. So yeah. Anyway, before we watch Lance's video, because Lance's video is no doubt going to avoid Illuminati as a subject entirely, or at least as much as possible, we're actually going to watch a video that goes over what I actually criticized Lance for, and then you guys are going to get to see Lance pretend like I criticized him for something completely different. But yeah, let's watch this video first that does a decent job, I think, of summarizing what's happened.
Complete decimation of Illuminati's credibility from her former friends and employees Wonderstruck and The Click. She has now lost well over 170,000 subscribers, and even her sponsors are starting to drop her. Which, of course, out of everything, that loss of income would be the catalyst to Illuminati attempting to make another response to these criticisms that have been levied against her. Yesterday, she tweeted out, "Hey everyone, I am fully aware of the recent false allegations that have surfaced. I want to take a moment to publicly state that I am taking these allegations seriously, and am committed to rectifying this situation promptly and appropriately. I understand the concerns and potential impact that these false allegations have caused. My team and I are actively working behind the scenes to gather all relevant facts. I am committed to transparency and accountability throughout this process. Rest assured that I am taking decisive action to address this situation. I will
She's such a businesswoman.
Provide updates and communicate any necessary actions as soon as possible."
For those that don't know, she's also getting into, like, real estate. She's got a shit ton of money and she's investing heavily in real estate, so she's like an actual, like, business guru. She's not just, like, a random YouTuber who makes videos. Like, she's trying to become, like a landlord, like a lefty landlord, but like a company owner. Like, one of those companies that buys out a fuck ton of properties.
Thank you to those who are standing by me during this challenging time. I will not allow these false allegations to be weaponized as a way to silence my voice. I appreciate your patience and understanding during this challenging time. I am dedicated to upholding my channel's values and delivering on our commitment. I am confident that the truth will prevail. Sincerely, Blair's on. Internet Anarchist responds to her by saying, "You really should have taken the Sunny V2 approach of ghosting the drama and continuing with usual uploads." Chris the Narc responds, "No, let her cook. Funnier." Leaf's Matrix says, "Ratio time, everybody. Success."
Fucking Irvin. Let's fucking go! God. That's such a good edit.
The joy of ratioing those who deserve it. Let's fucking go! Bobu Senchan says, "This sounds so PR. I'm sure at least 10 people working in PR wrote these statements. This doesn't sound human. It sounds so corporate. Also, was it also fake the suicide note you posted on your 1.5 million YouTuber followers account? That for me was the worst part, and you yourself posted it." D. Bernard Rivers says, "Nope, too late. Not even..."
Oh yeah, she posted Wonder's suicide note. Yeah, that is not something she can deny. She just kind of posted it on her Twitter account. So, like, Wonder's okay, by the way, thank God. But yeah, yeah, it was, like, saved. Like, it was a pre-written suicide note, I think, and Blair found it, or Illuminati found it and posted it online. On her Twitter, I believe, yeah.
Even sure how you turned up in my feed. I've stopped Patreon, unsubbed, and now apparently me.
This was already very public when Lance made his video defending her, by the way. I want to be very clear. The vast majority of this stuff was very public already when Lance made his video defending her. Lance was not blind to this info.
Muting you. You need to fix yourself before you can rectify.
Lance is also friends with Thought Slime and a dozen other people who have very, very shitty behavior like this. Lance is not a good judge of moral character at the very least. That is like the most charitable judgment I can give of him when it comes to his association. But honestly, that's not really what I care as much about. It's his actual defense of the actions and of the person that I really care about. He made a video not only just defending the abuser. That's one thing. Defending the abuser is one thing, but also attacking the victims. The title also calls Illuminati's victims malicious liars.
But those words are lost on someone like you. Philo says, didn't you share someone's no mass living note within your supposed apology video? Naomi says, this is the most dramatic way of saying nothing at all that I have ever witnessed. ACU says, can I have $5? To which Leafs Matrix responds, please give this person $5. FPS Diesel shows this image where someone asks for the source and Illuminati responds, it was revealed to me during my psychotic break. Chase Eglin says, problem is, Blair, you can't call them false allegations anymore. Click and Wonderstruck both provided receipts and evidence to support their claims. This isn't something you can slap a false allegations label.
So this is why Lance had to so desperately ignore and pretend like I never criticized it. Like, none of the criticisms I levied towards him were valid. It was all just me, like, making fun of him or whatever. And then accusing him of being a pedo, I guess, is probably what he's pushing. When in reality, he's had to completely separate himself from the fact that he totally did defend this person because the entire internet has now been exposed to the truth, and he's spineless. He won't accept it. He's been spineless since his debates with Destiny. It's why, like, even back in the day, one of the most common insults for him was that he was spineless. The dude's just kind of weak. He has no grit.
Label onto and expect everyone to go along with it. Flashing Pondu says, a challenging time is when your former boss weaponizes your own mental health against you for the whole world to see. You are not the victim here. You are a seriously vile person. Take time off, get help, and never hold other people's mental health against them again. Beasttrigger73 says, laughing my fucking ass off. Diane Lay says, you mean all the evidence that others posted that included your evidence, contradicted your evidence, and showed who was the real issue? Let me guess. It's taken a month for lawyers to tell you it's not libel/slander if true, and for you to fabricate information? Leia Something says, false. Right. Ansley says, just to check, you were the one who published one of your friend's suicide notes, right? That's not an allegation. We all saw you do that. Alex says, why do you copyright strike re-uploads of this video?
Hi guys, so welcome back to my channel. Girls don't talk about their shit, their poops, right? Well, I'm gonna talk about my poops because this is a story about poop. So I had this guy that came over for the weekend for my birthday. We drank a lot, we ate a lot of like bad foods, like unhealthy, like junk foods, you know, whatever. And I didn't drink enough water. We decided we were all gonna go out to breakfast to go get some food. I was like, oh, okay, cool. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. And you just thought you were going there to piss, and then all of a sudden you're like, you know, shitting out Mona Lisa's arm. And you're like, I don't know what happened here, but here we are. So I've never had this problem before. And it was like a big fucking turd. Like, this thing was like a baby arm on steroids. Like, I really thought—
You're not good at this. I'm funny when I describe taking a giant shit. This is not funny. It's not Mona Lisa's arm, it's fucking King Kong's finger. Get it right.
I potentially, like, ripped my asshole in, like, I don't know, like, I had 2 assholes or something. I don't know. Like, there was, like— What? It was huge. I'm looking at it, and I don't even see the hole for the toilet to, like, you know, where it sucks all the shit down. It was literally just looking at a big straight fucking log. And I had this guy over, like, oh my god, he can't see this poop. And he like was like, hey, can I use your bathroom? And I'm like, oh god, I'm in here panicking. So, you know, I did what any normal person would do in this situation. So I took a bunch of the toilet papers and I tried to pick the poop up with my hands.
No! No!
So it would be just like, you know, a piece of wood, and you just like, you know, just like pick it up, and I was gonna like, put it in the trash can because I have those little baby trash can bags. And I'm just gonna take the trash out, like no big deal, like haha, I'm just cleaning the bathroom. It broke in half in the toilet, and I'm in this bathroom freaking out, and it's like dead silent. I have just shit my baby arm out, and now I broke it in half, and it made shit stains down the side of the toilet. And I'm in there with a plunger, fucking crying, and I'm like plunging this fucker so hard with the door shut, and he's just like, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. Water's like splashing everywhere, it's like on my legs. I like feel disgusting now because there's baby arm turd on there, and there's baby arm turd in the plunger itself.
Twink Sprink 27 responds to Illuminati.
She might copyright strike this video if you're not careful. I don't think Illuminati is in a position where that would be a very good idea. If Illuminati copyright striked my channel, the shitstorm I would start would be like, it would be the career ender. I would give the final blow to her fucking career if she did that to me. I fucking dare her. I will be the final blow to the back of the head that is her fucking career. I'll do it. I'll fucking do it. If she wants to falsely copyright strike my video for having that contained in it, this is completely transformative and not copyright. Xander Hall, please cut this segment for my sanity. Nope.
By sharing this clip from one of her videos and saying, just as you said, Blair.
When something as horrible as this happens, people always come out and admit fault and tell.
I'm going to start a fucking shit show. Every YouTuber that I am friends with will... Illuminati is already the internet's most wanted. If she copyright strikes me, and I make a big deal about it, it will be the biggest benefit for me ever. I will get the strike removed almost certainly. And even if I don't, it'll disappear and I'll gain thousands of subs. Maybe more.
The horrifying truth of their continued negligence and malpractice, right? Yeah, you're right. That never happens. What am I thinking? Instead, they usually do their best to hide everything and blame anyone but themselves, and wouldn't you know it, that's exactly what happened here too.
Donnie says, in this episode of Corporate
I dare
Casket,
her.
where we cover a boss when attempting to make an apology video, she put an ex-coworker's suicide note out there for the world to see, and put him in a position where he was forced to talk about his personal trauma. Let's investigate. Cherry says, I've always wanted to ratio an abuser. Bob Vid says, dunno, but this reads like a lawyer wrote it, and potential impact of these false allegations? My team and I are actively working behind the scenes to gather all relevant facts, taking divisive action to address the situation? I think she's prepping to...
I love that Cherry's reached the level of prominence that I get to see Cherry in, like, Bo Black's videos. My fucking editor we've gotten so big that my editor appears in like, popular YouTube videos. We're there, guys.
Sue. Popilled says, this was so written by
I'm friends
ChatGPT,
with Poe
laughing
too.
my fucking ass off. Rel says, Community Notes has the opportunity to do the funniest shit ever. High Progressive says, when I'm in a being an abusive narcissistic competition and my opponent is Illuminati. Brianna Wu says, respectfully Illuminati, it's very difficult to imagine what information you could put out that makes you look good from this point. You'd be smart to stop doubling down, admit mistakes, and vow to address it with your audience. This is not going to end well. Turkey Tom says, this better be good. Omni says, yo, she's tripling down! Repsion says, if you cared about transparency, why did you intentionally leave out conversations and information when you made your video, which was countered by additional evidence of folks you made the accusations about? Mudahar says, I'm glad I wait on these things now. Been wanting to cover this. The Nerd Plant says, false allegations, laughing my ass off. Get the fuck out of here. Silence Triangle. Kevin Logan says, so she's gonna investigate herself to see if she has anything
Even
wrong.
Kevin Logan's based on this.
Cregan's quote tweets Illuminati by showing this picture of a very innocent looking girl from Ace Attorney and saying, hey everyone, I am fully aware of the recent false allegations that have surfaced. I want to take a moment to publicly state that I am taking these allegations seriously, and I'm committed to rectifying the situation promptly and appropriately. Petty Page says, tripling down is actually wild. Barbarism Critic says, I don't know man, I think making someone your live-in indentured servant and also posting their suicide note online pretty much speaks for itself. Don't really need much more context to be honest. I've barely followed this shit, and what I've seen is inexcusable for someone who casts their lot with the left. Knox says, I think you should apologize to Wonder for trying to use his mental health to discredit him, and also leaking private conversations with him, which you did. It is in that video. No false allegations there. And I am no follower of Wonder. I am a decent human being. Sensitive Society says, get fucked. And then just as I was...
No, who needs to be banned? Brendan Kruger? If someone needs to be banned, just name them. In the chat, say ban blank, and I'll ban them.
Editing this video, some crazy news came out from Wonderstruck who said, Blair aka Illuminati just sent me a cease and desist for speaking out against her abuse. I will not be silent. The Click responds to this by saying, English isn't my first language, but this is an odd translation of taking accountability. One topic says, no way. Nicholas Diorio says, laughing my fucking ass off, she's so predictable. The Kind Kitten says, if you ever need a lawyer, maybe hire Legal Eagle. Oz Media says, Blair, a leftist, is basically threatening Wonderstruck with a slap suit. And now this tweet is a week old and not related to her recent statement, but I find it funny that Non on Twitter found a makeshift Illuminati plush at a thrift store for $2.99. So even the biggest Illuminati fans, who were dedicated enough to her as a content creator to buy her plush, have started to give it away out of disappointment for her behavior.
Dude, can you imagine Legal Eagle ends up being Wonder's legal representation? It all comes full circle.
I just find that so hilarious. Anyways, as Illuminati said in her statement, she will be addressing all of this. So I'm sure whenever that happens, there will be a lot more people goofing on her.
My swim students are here. Wait, you're a swim coach, JBZ? I didn't know you were a swim coach. I was on the swim team in high school. That's awesome. Well, have fun teaching swim practice. Make them do a shit... You know what you should make them do? You should make them do dry lands today. JBZ. You should make them do dry lands today. Make them do dry lands. They'll love you for it, I'm sure. And tell them that a streamer you watch recommended it. And tell them who it is, because I want them to message me angry about how I convinced their swim coach to make them do dry lands. How does one swim on dry land? It's not what dry land. Basically, we have specific days where you do like in and out of the water exercises. Like for example, we'd get kickboards and fins, and we'd have to do like 5 laps or whatever, like 500. Not 5 laps, 500 with the kickboards, and then after that we'd have to do like leg lifts or like bicycle kicks or whatever. So you'd have to get out of the pool and get on land, or dips on the edge of the pool too. But it's like swimming, then getting out of the water to do periodic on-land exercise, and then getting back in the water for more laps. It's hell. It's hell. It's the worst.
On Twitter, which I of course will compile into a video for all of you guys to see right here. So if you don't want to miss that, be sure to subscribe to this channel with notifications on. If there's any other dramas you are interested in, I highly recommend you check out my previous videos. And with all that being said, thank you guys so much for watching.
Yeah, so that basically catches you up on I guess the broad details. There's a lot of other stuff that's pretty relevant as well. The fact that she basically forced Wonder to act as like a living maid for her. And basically the condition was as long as Wonder was working, producing content, and cleaning up after her, then they would be allowed to live there. But if they like disagreed with her or like dissented or something like that, then obviously those living situations would go away in the blink of an eye. That is a very, very fucked situation to be in. So yeah, it's not exactly the kind of thing I defend. All of this was public though. And Lance still made his video. As a matter of fact, here's the point where I think it's time to start going over Lance's behavior. So, Lance made a video. Let me see if I can actually dig it up on my Twitter. Because he took it down an hour before making his last video where he accuses me of just attacking him out of nowhere. Yeah, here it is. So this was the video I criticized him for that he's since taken down off YouTube, but is still up as far as I know on other platforms he has. Illuminati debunks the malicious claims from former Sad Milk team. In parentheses, her receipts are insane. He got massively ratioed, and the comments were all, like, disagreeing with him. Like, he was getting the most hate in the comments. Like, I've never seen him get more shit than he did in the comments in this video, because even then, it was very clear, very, very clear that he was in the wrong, and he was defending someone who was very in the wrong. Lance, however, makes a video where he responds to me, and he doesn't actually acknowledge that criticism. Granted, I spent a fair amount of the video dunking on him for other stuff, but the actual core criticism I had of him was his defense of Illuminati. That was the relevant thing that was happening. That was why I was talking about Lance in the first place. But he's trying to pretend that isn't the case because he cannot win in any scenario in a internet battle, as he seems to deem this, against somebody who is criticizing him for defending an abuser. So he has to change the narrative. He is desperate to change the narrative. So how did he do it? Well, I ended up covering Lance's video on stream. Pretty briefly. Like, I didn't go over the video and listen to it because I knew he was just spreading lies. We'll watch, like, as much as we can of this video, but it's just going to be him lying and pretending he didn't, like, defend Illuminati. So it's like, what? What am I supposed to do there if he just won't even engage with what I criticized him for and he just wants to pretend like I attacked him for no reason? Hey, Every Gretel. There's not really much you can do, but we'll watch a little bit. Is he friends with her IRL? They have since split everything up. However, I do want to show you guys a funny little detail. I think did I retweet this? Who has the image of... Let me check. Let me check here. I may have a screenshot of it. Here we go. I found the tweet. All right. So basically, during my segment where I'm responding to his video, I end up tweeting out that I'm covering it. And I tweet this. Lance refers to me as Slanderhall in his new vid on me, a nickname made up by lolicon pedos on Twitter. Maybe not the best crowd to get your lingo from. Which is completely true. That's where Slanderhall comes from. It was a term, like a remark to call me, invented by the Twitter lolicon community, who were mad that I called them pedophiles, and so they would call me Slanderhall. And funnily enough, Lance was calling me Slanderhall, so I just said, that's not the best crowd to get your lingo from, which is where he would have heard it, because those are the people who invented it. I mean, unless he made it up himself, in which case it's even funnier that he thought he'd come up with an original insult towards me, but the thing he came up with was an insult that, fucking trains. Should I make the joke Keffels made that got her canceled? Probably not. I probably shouldn't make the train joke. If you guys know the one, you guys know the one. Anyway, basically, I don't know how you can interpret this as what Lance does, but Lance says, you really did speedrun on slandering a queer person as pedophile adjacent because they criticized your content. Right-wingers don't even move this fast. Notice, because they criticized your content. So he's pretending like I didn't criticize him for defending an abuser, and that's not why I'm upset with him. And now he's trying to redirect it to Zan is homophobic. In fact, it's gone from him claiming that I claimed he was pedo-adjacent to now Xanderhall's vile pedo accusation against Lance of the Serfs goes way too far, and he doubles down. I'm curious what the comments are like. How many dumb fucks have been tricked? People saying I'm a hypocrite because I was mad at Shu. Honestly, I've never liked Xanderhall. He did something similar to another much smaller YouTuber named Dusty Smith by accusing him of exploiting sex workers. I apologize for that. I'd been given false information by people in DMs. People kept telling me that Dusty Smith would that his thing was uploading sex workers content onto his own website and monetizing it. And they sent video clips where he's saying something that sounds a lot like that. It sounded pretty sussy, but the way Dusty explained it to me seems pretty legit, so I took it back publicly and apologized. So this is just a big reach. I don't know what I'm supposed to do when people in chat are telling me this person did a thing. I'm really disappointed in Xander for all this crap. The biphobia is particularly upsetting since I'm also bi-pan. I'm about dead center on the Kinsey scale. But anyone who isn't cishet is definitely queer, at least if they choose to be out. Zan, this is the same nickname people use for me on the pedophile forums I frequent, usually right after they bring up my sleeping with younger fans. The only possible takeaway is that Lance from the Serfs is a pervert. So his fans are just now accusing me of being a pedophile now. And they're even pushing the sex cult allegation, but trying to claim they're trying to claim the sex cult allegations are not only true from Thought Slime, but that people were minors? and also trying to accuse... Oh my god, it is... Huh. So we've gotten to the point where now Lance has managed to move the narrative from him defending an abuser who herself was pedo-jacketing her abuse victims to now his fans having full free reign to pedo-jacket me. So now it's going to be Lance fans calling me a pedophile and a homophobe, and if I defend myself, there will be dumb fucks who do not want to educate themselves on all of this that's happened, who will still stand by Lance. I mean, Lance is lying. He's being dishonest. Why are you guys so desperate to believe that Lance is, like, it's impossible for him to be like all the other people we've dealt with up to this point? He's friends with all these people. He is acting like them. He is making excuses for them. Why are you so desperate to defend him? Why are you so desperate to keep liking him? You can still like his content, but why do you have to defend it? He could very well be deleting critical comments. That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise... He probably is. Regardless, though, I think here's where I'll make the keyword. Here's where I'll put the code phrase. Lima bean. If you have a comment that is critical of this video and you include lima bean, I will not ban you, even if you disagree. Because you at least heard the arguments. Unless you just straight up say, like, abuse is good or something like that. Unless, in that case, like, obviously you're getting banned. But, like, if you just, like, if you say something like, I don't know, I still like Lance, but Lima Bean, I heard your arguments. Like, okay, that's fine. But if you comment some shit and you don't include Lima Bean, I'll know you didn't actually hear the story. You don't actually know the information, and you're just jumping to conclusions to defend the content creator you like. And that's going to get you an instant ban. Lance has deleted a few of my comments, actually. Oh, he is deleting comments. I mean, okay, fair. To be fair, I imagine he actually... Oh, yeah, he's actually... This has 10,000 views and only 600 likes. I don't have the unhide likes add-on, but that's not a good ratio. He's probably got like 300 or 400 likes hidden, or dislikes hidden here. This video's probably gotten pretty badly ratioed, but we can't see because likes are hidden. Like, 600 likes is not that much for a 10,000 view video. Yeah, his video claiming that I called him a pedophile has 10,000 views in 2 days. 174 dislikes? Yeah, it's a pretty decent ratio. 173 for me. To be fair, the add-on only shows dislikes from people who also have the add-on. But, yeah. That's not very surprising. At least there are some people who know that he's full of shit and that he's just trying to redirect the narrative to defend an abuser, but that's really all it is at the end of the day. And that's what the title is going to be. Lance accuses me of homophobia to defend an abuser. Because he's still doing it. He's tried to walk back, sort of, on the Leftist Mafia podcast, but I think the funniest part of it is that when you look at the hold on, let me see if I can find it. Leftist Mafia podcast. So if we look at the new episode they did doesn't have her in it, but the episode they did talking about the drama, she is in the thumbnail, but then Lance uploaded his version. Can I find it? Does anybody know where Lance's version of the thumbnail is? Please, 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 someone provide me the Lance version of the thumbnail that he had on his version of that episode of the Leftist Mafia. He's trying so hard to separate from the fact he put out a full-on video not only defending her, but attacking her victims. Yeah, no, their podcast is literally called Leftist Mafia. You thought that was a meme? I DM'd you on Discord a while ago, username the Yeet Goddess. Okay, I can't answer DMs right now. I'm looking for a link right now to Lance's video. The Leftist Mafia episode where he uploaded it, There was a oh, I think Cherry actually might have the screenshot on their Twitter. Cherry's Twitter would be the best place to look. What am I doing asking my chat for help? Let me see if I can find it. Cherry, why do you do so much twittering? Cherry, no. I need the screenshot very badly. Cherry! Why? Yeah, but no. Oh, found it. I found it. Never mind. I found it. Sorry, chat. Links to a video weren't going to help because I can't show the thumbnail. This is a better representation. Look at that. He is so desperate, I feel, to, like, distance himself now from the fact that he defended her before the entire internet had been brought up to speed on what had happened. And how he realizes that if his audience finds out why I was criticizing him, they'll realize I'm not just some asshole criticizing a bisexual man because I'm homophobic. Instead, they'll realize that, oh wait, that's a lefty criticizing another figure who's supposedly a lefty, who's defending abuse and attacking abuse victims. This is why I prefer content creators who are willing to turn on their friends in an instant if they start acting like dickheads. Everyone else just defending their teammates to the bitter end. Exactly. That's why I get so fucking triggered at people. They're like, no, don't burn the bridge with blank. Don't burn the bridge with blank. It's like, do you guys want me to maintain friendships with people that are like loyalty is good to an extent, but loyalty should be deserved, right? Deserved loyalty is good. Just being loyal to a fault is not good by any means. Regardless, this is pretty much my take on all of it. Lance defended an abuser. I called him out for it. Lance realized that the internet was catching up on this drama a lot, and he could not win that fight against me. So he decided to make it about me being homophobic, but I'm not. I didn't call him a pedophile. I just made fun of him for using a term to insult me that makes him look like cringe, because it's an insult mostly used by lolicons, so it just kind of looks cringe that he's using it. I don't think it makes him look like a pedophile. I didn't call him a pedophile. I just think it's funny that the insult he used towards me has been exclusively used by malding pedophiles up to this point. It's just funny. But yeah, I didn't even know Lance was bi. I don't really care. And also, fuck Lance. How do you guys like that segment? Did it come out good? Cherry can obviously edit it down to be a little bit more, I guess, well-trimmed, because there was a bit of dead air there where I had to search things up, but yeah. That's fair. Hope this ends, lol. What do you mean by ends? Like, you hope he apologizes and realizes that, he's completely in the wrong? I do too. Gotta love people weaponizing their sexuality in order to escape accountability. Yep. That's how it goes. Lance is a lying piece of shit. Westrada, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Said, check out the Leftist Mafia podcast episode where Lance, Mike, and the others have to explain their decision to kick Blair off the show. One of the hosts calls her Cersei Lannister. Not far off. Not far off, honestly. Not a bad comparison at all. Alright, unfortunately I only have 1 hour, well, less than an hour left to stream to you guys before I have to get to an important but exciting meeting. So, oh my god. Oh no, I have to, oh no, I'm already sweating. Are you serious? Let me open up the window. The train's passed. It's a pretty chilly day out. It's like 61 degrees, so... Alright. I'll put on the onesie for the last segment, because guess what, guys? Franum's just donated $50. Some pennies for you, sir. That's a lot more than pennies, my friend. Thank you. And that totals us out to a whopping $300. on the daily dono goal. Once again, let's fucking go. Thank you so freaking much, Franums. That is a lot of money, and I really do appreciate it. Will you be ending shortly? You recorded more than enough segments needed for now. Yeah, I guess I could wrap up stream now. I guess I have some other good segments that I'd like to save for next stream, because I'm going to be doing another morning stream tomorrow. So yeah, honestly, yeah, I think I'll wrap up stream here. Ball reveal now. Here, before I wrap up stream. Cherry just murdering the stream. We've got an important meeting, to be fair. But first, Orange Snow Fox, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Akarama. I really appreciate that. That's so kind of you. Thank you for the $5. Says, congrats, Akarama. You now have a blue name. Hell yeah, I'm sure they appreciate it. I certainly appreciate it. Puffle Cakes, thank you for the 3 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you, thank you. Gifted to Anonymand, Jared the Rabbit, and Default X. Default X. Yeah. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That is a lot of support. You guys are overwhelmingly just generous. I really do appreciate it. Now, before I go, I'm going to show you one video I have from the range the other day that I haven't posted yet. I'm currently working on a video. Well, Cherry's currently working on editing a shooting range video. And this is one of the videos. This is one of the videos of me shooting. Yeah, I shoot a few times in this one. This is a good one. Oh, Toxonom, thank you for the $5 donation as well. Thank you, thank you. Says, hi Zan, I've been a lurker since at least 2020. I find it really funny that Thought Slime was how I found you and Vosh. What a prick. Keep up the good work. I have no doubt Lance from the Serfs will be how a lot of people find me. Although I've already had some people say that, actually. Anyway, with that said, here's another video you guys haven't seen yet of me shooting the Mosin at the range. Vermin recorded this one in vertical, so it's not horizontal, which would have been ideal, but it's fine. This one I take a few shots. I forgot it was bolt action for half a second there. And that bolt can be stubborn. Is there supposed to be audio or no? I guess there's no audio. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm not spoiling the rest of the video though. I don't want to show too much because I didn't get as much video as I would like, so I don't want to show everything yet. We got to edit it all up and make a proper YouTube video, but it's going to be out soon. Well, he was about to dual wield. That's what I'm saving for the YouTube video. You're going to see a dual wield there. The fucking dual wield blickies. Gun range looks nice. Oh yeah, it's good. It's a good range. I like it a lot. Better with no audio? Yeah, I suppose. It'll have audio on YouTube. It's just that I don't have, like, a thing set up to capture audio that way. So I can't, like, it won't pick up audio from that. It's just a thing, trust me. Mosins are the Nazi nailers, for real, for real. I'm pretty sure that Mosin... I'm pretty sure both Mosins that I fired were carried by Soviet soldiers, so probably used to kill some Nazis, for sure. So that's pretty based. I'm glad you're still open to Lance apologizing for being an asshole about this, Sanderhall. You're a forgiving king. Like, I don't know if I'll ever really think positively of him, but if he, like, apologizes and, like, takes back what he said and, like, explains why. Like, if he explains, yeah, I was scared because I defended an abuser, and so when I got criticized for it, I pretended like that wasn't what I was being criticized for, and I lied about this creator. But yeah. These Lance segments are getting tired. Are getting tiring? What, really? What? Wait. Lucky Otter, were you not here? Did you just get here, Lucky Otter? Uh-oh. You might have someone who just got here that doesn't know. I just moved to Tacoma and the dispensaries down here. Dispose? Oh, disposable vapes. Down here are so much better than the rural parts of Washington. Yeah, I mean, the city's gonna have better ones, yeah. These Lance segments are getting tiring. What, really? No. Okay, I can't tell if you're like, I've been here the whole time. I can't tell if you're like doing the whole, why are you still covering Lance thing when it's literally me defending myself against him and claiming I call him a pedo because I'm homophobic. Because that seems like what you're doing. Just curious. I've seen you explain it time and time again. Okay. Just curious. You just seem to, your message just seems sussy. I was slightly moved that he seemed so hurt, though whiny, about you thinking he hated you when he seems to think he's been supportive, but he's been so awful about this, he needs to grow the fuck up. Does he actually think that he was being supportive? If he genuinely thinks that, like, I had no reason to dislike him, it could very well be a case of where maybe more recently he had said more positive things about me, but that doesn't really change the fact that he defended an abuser. That's the actual core of it. Who cares that he doesn't like me? Who cares that I don't like him? Who cares that he whiffs debates? Who cares that he sometimes posts cringe? Let's focus on, like, the actual thing here. Those things are drama. Those things over there, those things are just said, let's stop caring about this. That's drama. That's actual drama. That's pointless. That's bullshit. Who cares? The defending an abuser and villainizing the victims of said abuser, that's actually real shit. That's important. Zan and Lance just need a quick smoke sesh on God. I don't know if Lance... I feel like Lance is too uptight to have ever tried weed. Yeah, this will be my last statement on it unless Lance makes another video where he tries to, like, escalate it even further. Which I feel like he might do. But we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. Anyway, everybody, you have all been amazing. You have all been beautiful. It has been a great stream, and I've got an important meeting to get to. Some really exciting plans coming in the future. So, yeah. Once again, chat, I love you all very much. I will see you all next time. Expect a morning stream tomorrow, because that's my goal. Hopefully I'll be able to pull it off without sleeping in or staying up late. And, yeah. Thank you all so much for watching. And as always, have a damn good day. Poo-poo. First, I'm going to raid someone, though. Haha, you guys thought I was going away that fast? You guys thought you could get rid of me that easily? No! No, I've got to find someone to raid first. Who's live? Shark 300 is getting the raid. Go, say Zan raid, Zan love, Zan memes, and other things like that in chat, okay? Go send love Shark's way. All right, I love you all. Goodbye.